And let me know when that occurs. I don't see it on my screen.
You can see it.
It's on. You can go.
Thank you. Thank you, Supi. Good morning. Welcome to the meeting of the Judiciary Committee for Friday, March 11th, 2022. Today we have another packed schedule. We will begin with a public hearing on LD 598, followed by 5 work sessions on LD 982, LD 1971, LD 1772, LD 1946, and LD 1529. In addition, during the work session on LD 982, we will discuss the first racial impact statement as part of the pilot project as it applies to the Judiciary Committee. So with that, as is our tradition, I will begin with committee introductions, and I will call on members as they appear on my screen. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. I'm Steve Moriarty. I represent House District 45, which is my hometown of Cumberland and part of the town of Gray.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and welcome everyone. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent House District 12 in Biddeford.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, members of the public. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103, which are the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
And good morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland. I apologize for being in and out all day. I've got another entire day on another committee, so I'll do my best.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I reside in Friendship.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Representative Babbage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher Babbage. I apologize. I'll close the door shortly. You could hear the dryer, I think. I represent House District number 8, which is about 82% of the voters of Kennebunk.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Senator Keim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you, Senator Keim. And my Senate co-chair, Senator Carney.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29. That includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough.
Thank you, Senator. And my name is Tom Harnett. I serve as the House Chair of the committee. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside. And we have just been joined by Representative Libby. I will give her a second to get her camera on so that she may introduce herself as well.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delayed arrival and having technical difficulties this morning. Appears I have resolved them. I am Laurel Libby. I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot.
Thank you, Representative Libby. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of our analyst, Peggy Reinsch, and our committee clerk, Supi Panett, who we would not be able to move forward without their able assistance. So thank you and welcome all. We will begin our day with a public hearing on LD 598, an act to prohibit discrimination in employment and school based on hair texture or hairstyle. And I ask the committee clerk to please move over the bill's sponsor, Senator Maddie Daughtry. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Senator Daughtry. It's nice to see you. Please begin your introduction of LD 598 as soon as you are comfortable.
Thank you so much, and happy Friday, everyone, and good morning. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. I am Senator Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Brunswick, Freeport, Hartsville, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I'm here today to introduce LD 598, an act to prohibit discrimination in employment and school based on hair texture or hairstyle. The bill before you amends the Maine Human Rights Act to prohibit discrimination based on hair texture or style. And it provides that the use of the term race includes traits that are associated with race. The bill is based on language adopted in Maryland referred to as the Crown Act. And as of June 2021, 13 states and 28 municipalities have signed on to the legislation that protects against discrimination related to hair texture and hairstyle. Please check your written testimony on the folder of this bill for written testimony from representatives who have been working on the Crown Act across the country. They were unable to be here to testify in person this morning, but did submit written testimony. And if you have any questions, they can potentially be available for the work session as well. The Maine Human Rights Act, as you all know, prohibits discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodation, and credit based on race, color, sex, physical or mental disability, religion, ancestry, or national origin. Appearance, however, is not a protected characteristic, and this bill would explicitly make it unconstitutional to discriminate based upon appearance or styling. Despite the legal classification, hair discrimination is not an appearance bias. Instead, it serves to permit racial discrimination and reaffirm racist systems. Hair discrimination is rooted in systemic racism by preventing students and employees from wearing styles such as locks, braids, bantu knots, and afros. By encouraging individuals to straighten or chemically treat their hair to fit a particular standard, those same individuals deny their culture and damage their hair for the long run. Discriminating against appearance is another tool to aggress Black Americans by policing and surveying their choices, eroding trust between authority figures like teachers and students, and overwhelmingly impacts female students as well. I want to highlight two incidents that really sort of set the stage. The first is when a school district in Texas adopted its dress code to target two students based on their race and gender. They were told they could not participate in classes or school activities if they kept their locks. These students have been growing their hair out for years, and they were suspended after speaking out against the policy. And ultimately, one of the students was banned from his high school graduation. For what? For growing out their hair? For exercising their freedom of expression? It seems wholly unjust to me to be set aside by what naturally grows out of your scalp. Also, overwhelmingly, Black students are more likely to be suspended for dress code violations, and a lot of young children seem to be unequitably find disciplinary measures based on their hair as well. Similar, in 2010, a woman was hired for a customer service representative role in Alabama. She had dreadlocks throughout the interview process and was offered the position immediately. After she refused to trim her hair, they rescinded the offer. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission filed a lawsuit against the company, but the court ruled that Title VII did not protect against hairstyles or texture. Could you imagine losing out on a job opportunity because someone doesn't like your hair, even though while interviewing you, they were able to see who you were and what you looked like? Now, those are two examples that are not Maine-based incidents, but I feel like they perfectly illustrate the point of this bill. I have many, many, many friends who have had their hair touched, or one of my friends describes it as boinging. She's been in work meetings with international experts in her field and had people interrupt the meeting to come up and physically touch her hair. Imagine dealing with any of the bills in front of you today in a work session and feeling like someone just wasn't taking you seriously, or wasn't giving you a chance to talk, or potentially had made up their mind about you before you even entered the room based on your natural hairstyle. This is something that we need to have happen in Maine. I should add, because we all know how quick this time of year is and how fast things move in session. I know several folks are submitting written testimony. I know not everyone could be here today. I know you were discussing the work session earlier. I do know there are a few other folks who've been impacted by this personally who would like to submit a little additional written testimony. I just ask you to please give them maybe the weekend so that they can get it all in and be able to share their stories. I think this is a piece of legislation that we would be joining part of a national movement, and I think that something is very much needed here. I'm happy to answer any questions. I thank you for your time this morning, and I urge your support.
Thank you very much, Senator Daughtry, for being here with us today and for introducing LD 598. Are there questions from committee members for the bill sponsor? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I see Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Daughtry. I understand that things are coming our way, but can you explain to us any Maine-based examples of this sort of conduct?
Yes, there are people stories that I would not want to take, but I will tell you, I sometimes hesitate to share the story because I am a white woman with immense privilege that I was born into by the nature of my race. But I can tell you that even in our own building, that I have had people touch my hair, comment on my hair. You know, I don't think unless you've had someone physically come up to you, and I don't want to say accost, because typically the person doing it thought they were doing something well-natured. But that sort of feeling that sticks with you the rest of the day, thinking that someone's watching you. And I'm someone who's in a place of immense privilege. So knowing that it happens to me, just imagine how it feels to someone else. I do have some local stories. When I was in high school, one of my friends was suspended because they wanted to grow their hair out in an afro. It was a situation that actually got taken care of really quickly because of some amazing teachers who spoke up and, you know, basically created their own version of a Crown Act on a school basis. But there are examples here locally. But honestly, the sad part is that it's so commonplace. I feel a lot of people are concerned to say anything because they don't want to rock the boat.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may, Representative.
Senator, would this bill prevent the touching of hair or the forming of a personal opinion based upon one's perception of somebody else's hair?
No, but it would say that if in an interview someone was doing that and then they hired them for that position, that they would be unable to say that they can't have that hairstyle that the person was presenting with during the interview. Or, you know, I think school dress codes are a pretty big issue and have been for many years. Or, I mean, honestly, flip on Footloose and you can see how long it's been an issue. And I think that's another clear issue on a school level. I mean, think about when you were a teenager and everything that's going on and how you're finding out who you are and how you might be a little unsure in your skin. You know, having your hair that naturally comes out of your, you know, your natural existing hairstyle being used as a reason to be suspended, or you might not fit in a dress code that might be, you know, based on very, you know, non-ethno depictions. It's not a fair situation. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty, and thank you for your response, Representative Daughtry. At this point, I'd like to allow Senator Sanborn, who has joined us, to introduce herself.
Good morning. I'm Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And my apologies for being late this morning. I had another 9 o'clock meeting.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, and welcome. Representative Babbage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Senator, and thanks for this discussion. You know, I appreciate everything you said, especially with how this relates to race. You know, I remember in class we discussed Tinker versus Des Moines and how freedom of expression, you know, constitutional rights didn't end at the schoolhouse gate. But in employment, I'm wondering if this, not the wording that you've said, but I'm wondering if, you know, cultural traits are learned traits. If, you know, hair color or other choices made by people, would this language, do you think, create any difficulty in the workplace as far as employers choosing somebody who they want to feel is a good ambassador for their business or whatever, I mean, obviously, if somebody goes to an interview and has a T-shirt that has an obscenity on it, then perhaps the employer might take issue with how this person would represent themselves before the public. So my question to you is, do you think the language is narrowly defined enough so that this works in the workplace?
So first off, I'll say I am not a lawyer. I am a brewer and an artist. So this, I would definitely defer more to not only, this committee, but to your incredible analyst, who I know is an incredible asset on such matters. But the way for me as a legislator and as a policymaker reading it, I do. I think it states very clearly that this is not protecting, I decided to wake up and dye my hair like the Fifth Element character, which, some days seems like a great idea. It talks about specifically hairstyles that are natural. And, I think there could be room for additional tweaking. I think the Maine Human Rights Act and the Maine Human Rights Commission is something that we should be incredibly proud of. But like many of the things that we consider, there's room for, expansion and with growth as we learn about, things that might have fallen through the cracks. And, I think this is, a good first step. And I do think it gets at the issues you're talking about. I think it makes it clear that, this isn't just something proofy. This is the real thing.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Babich, for your questions, and thank you for your responses, Senator. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here today, Senator Daughtry. My question, I guess, is surrounding around the school districts you bring up. I would be very concerned if there are school districts in Maine that are discriminating based on someone's hair. So I wonder if you can give us any examples of school districts here in Maine that have suspended or expelled students or not allowed them to participate in extracurricular activities based on their hair.
So I'm not going to list individual school districts. It's something I can definitely try to get more for work session, but I don't want to necessarily go out and specifically try to get different school districts, because from talking to my friends who brought this bill to me and have lived this experience, it might be something that might not, go up to the level of a school board. It might be simply you're told you can't play on a team because your hair doesn't fit underneath a helmet. Or you're told that the way that you're styling your hair doesn't fit within the parameters of a dress code. I mean, it's not the same thing, but I can remember spaghetti straps being literally a line in the sand for a war when I was in high school. And, these are different policies that might not necessarily take into considerations shifts and changes in population, or just there was one dress code I can remember when I was in high school and a bunch of our friends were organizing to go to the school board that was still based on a dress code from the 1930s. It literally had a length of skirt that I don't think I've seen, women wearing in eons. So I think what I'm trying to say is just because there aren't specific lawsuits or specific actions doesn't mean it's not happening here in Maine. And I'm sure Representative Libby, you can imagine times in your life where someone's said something about you or made something askance in an appearance that's just sort of, left you a little unsettled, that might not have risen to the chance of, bringing it to your superiors or highlighting it, but it just sort of stuck with you. And from all of my friends who've had these lived experiences, that's what they said it's really coming down to, is they sometimes don't even feel like raising the alarm because it's been something that's been going on for so long. So when this was brought to me, it was one of those things that I was like, this is, I'm in a position of privilege and, as a policymaker, that's why I'm here to say that, let's not wait until the fire alarm's being rung. Let's make sure that we understand that this is something that happens all around us, even if we don't hear about it every single day.
I can appreciate that. I'm concerned, especially in an emergency session, with passing legislation based on a problem that we need to solve here in Maine. And thus far, I just am looking to hear about Maine specifically and about, I guess, specific instances if they exist. And that would be very helpful if you could bring that back to the work session. Some concrete information and instances to share.
And Representative Libby, if I can just respond real quick, Mr. Chair, this bill was actually in possession of the committee last session, so this was not submitted in an emergency session.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. It still would be helpful to have further information.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. You're muted, Representative.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I thought I would never be talking about this in the legislature. But for Maine real life stories, 54 years ago, when I got my very first job in Maine, teaching at Southern Maine Vocational Technical Institute, I was teaching marine biology one day when the dean of students or some representative of him came into my classroom, said to the students, all right, the 3 girls who were in there could stay and 1 boy. The rest had to leave class and could not come back until their hair was not longer than the middle of their ear. I was like horrified. But all the boys left, went into the men's room, and somebody started cutting hair. So eventually, but in the meantime, the representative of the school came in and said, well, just keep teaching as if everyone's here. So when they left the room, I said, not possible. I'm not doing this. I didn't say that to the school. I said it to the students. And as the students all drifted back in from the men's room with their hair carefully or not so carefully cut, I said to them, they can't do this to you. And I sent them to the Civil Liberties Union. And that's how the dress code got busted in the community colleges in this state. It's one of my triumphs of my first year of working. But it was so amazing. It was a creative combination of discrimination based on this issue, which I had never thought to have be articulated, and sex discrimination, really, because all the girls got to stay with long hair past the middle of their ears and the boys had to leave. So it was just, it does happen. I mean, people do look at people differently. If their hair is long, I remember days when, you know, boys came in with ponytails. There are some in this legislature, and people look at them askance. But I think that in terms of schools particularly, I think it's really important that this be clarified. And if it has to be done in this venue, then all more power to it. But anyway, I just wanted to share it to you, although that was an antique story. I will absolutely go because it was my very first job in 1968. But it was a horrifying thing to have this whole thing happen to the students. So I will be quiet now unless you have a question, but it was really upsetting to me as a young person at the time. I would tell you that later they told me I had to either lengthen my skirts or leave because my skirts were too short and I almost got fired. So, but that's not in this bill. This is only the hair, which was the boys' problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. If I can add, it's exactly what you just said. If not everyone thinks about sharing, I hadn't thought I was going to mention this. It's that type of route that we're trying to get at. And, you know, just thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you, Representative Reckitt. Does that conclude your questions?
Yes, it does. And isn't that odd? It would be my question. I knew there was one at the end somewhere. Lisa, Senator Keim taught me that a couple of terms ago, how to stack a question on the very end. I try not to do it, even though I admired her skill at it.
We do learn from one another.
Yes, we do.
Every day. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in work session, I will share my personal story of how the Air Force discriminated against me on my hair. So, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
I was just, if it's all right, Mr. Chair, I was going to say there are interesting stories about those types of different dress codes, which do have allowances within the different laws, and has been part of the conversation, and that has not been found to be an issue for the Crown Act that's in front of you. As part of the consideration, obviously, this is something your analysts can help you navigate, but exactly the dress code that you dealt with, you know, in military service is different than what we're discussing, if you'll notice, because it specifically says schools and workplace, and it hasn't been found to be a barrier, even though it's part of the conversation. And actually, the 14 different states has been passed in. I urge you to take a look at the different lists. They range from, a place like Nebraska to, Connecticut to Oregon to Washington. It's all over the country. It's part of a national effort, but that has been one of the conversations, and it's not been found to be an issue.
Right. I was just talking about my condition for employment and my hairstyle as an example.
You just reminded me, you pinged it for me. Yeah, got it in there.
Thank you, Representative Thorne, and thank you, Senator Daughtry. Representative Moriarty, do you have an additional question for the bill sponsor?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thanks. First of all, I probably could tell the same story as Representative Thorne, but my question to Senator Daughtry is that actually it's a request to be educated. What is a protective hairstyle?
So this is where I will definitely defer to folks who do this professionally, who are going to speak behind me. But there are different areas depending on the nature of your hair, that whether you're doing locks or knots that work with the existing texture of your hair and that are able to protect your hair, that might not necessarily look like something that is, straight and wavy or glossy or, that type of hairstyle. So it works with your natural texture, but that might mean that in order to protect that natural texture, it might be a larger hairstyle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Libby, do you have an additional question for the bill sponsor?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have never heard that term before, Senator Daughtry. And so just to kind of figure out exactly what that means. So I have terribly thin straight hair. And so protective hairstyle would not include if I grew my hair out and did dreadlocks, because that would actually damage my hair. So that this would be a hairstyle that would be protecting someone's naturally, whether it be curly or a protective, whereas if I did it, it would actually be a destructive hairstyle for me. Is that a good comparison to understand that? Okay, thank you.
Like you were saying, if the dreadlock would fray your ends and pull out from the weight there, the reverse of that is if your texture was, had a very, very, different texture, that if you were having to flatten it or chemically straighten it with lye to be able to get it to fit to a certain way, that it could, just like it could damage your hair on the flip side, cause it to fall out for someone else. So
thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Senator Keim.
Here.
Thank you. I have someone knocking on my door. It's a very inconvenient moment. I had two questions. One was, I am wondering how come this just doesn't fall under regular discrimination based on race, because hair and race kind of go together, I think, mostly. And then my second question is, I'm piling them on you. My second question is, isn't there some reasons really, like you mentioned a helmet, not being able to put a helmet on? And so obviously if someone needs a helmet, it's a safety device. So you couldn't necessarily, like, I think that's complex there. Like you couldn't just assume that, because your hair doesn't fit under this helmet, that then you can still go ahead and do whatever, everyone else has to do by wearing a helmet. So I just hope you could clear up those two things.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the second part, there are actually various different safety devices, natural hairstyles. This is something, I was looking at this from an OSHA standpoint, working in a manufacturing industry, that there's a lot of different devices, whether it's, making sure that someone's beard is covered or you needing a different helmet or safety device. I was listening to this amazing woman talk who's been working on creating athletic equipment for women who wear headdresses so that they're still following their religious beliefs while being able to participate in sport. So there are now, in this 2022, things like if you're needing to wear a football helmet, or if you're in a manufacturing environment and you need something to cover your dreadlocks, there are safety equipment that will protect that person instead of, in prior, 100 bazillion years ago when there was, one size fits all protective equipment, and we didn't even have, spacesuits for women is another thing I think about of like, things have changed and we've made it so that you can be safe in those situations. And just because your, hair comes out a different way, we shouldn't be making sure that we're not, keeping your head safe as well. And I am so sorry, Senator Kime, can you remind me of the first part of your question? It's been a long week.
It has. Just why this wouldn't be already covered under racial discrimination.
Absolutely. So the court case mentioned in my testimony was one of the times that it became clear when people tried to sue under that grounds that they said that appearance wasn't considered part of that. And so this is cleaning up the fact to say that hair is considered under exactly what you just said. But there have been different court cases across the country where they have not considered hair appearance as part of that.
A follow-up, if I may.
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
you may.
Yeah. So just circling back to the helmet question, and thank you for those answers. The helmet question. So are you foreseeing then that if someone is going to school and their hair doesn't fit under a regular helmet, that then the school, or I guess employment, has to provide this person with special equipment?
So this is where I would definitely defer to the employment lawyers who are part of this committee, because this is definitely out of my depth. But I will say when it comes to schools that, one of the foundations of our democracy is, faith, free and appropriate education, that every student, no matter who they are, no matter what they look like, are able to access the same type of, activities as all of their peers. We make sure to go as far as we can to make sure if you're a student with a disability that you have accommodations, that if you are, learning at a different rate, that we have different classes. So, if you're in a situation that you need a different type of safety equipment to participate alongside your peers, that is something that we need to be providing as a school. But this is one of those areas where I do a humble brag about our school systems. I think they're already very much ahead of the game on this for us. And, I'm sure you can talk to lots of different school districts about how they're already, making sure that they have this available for their students. Especially, as more women start playing more different sports, the amount of gear that schools are investing in for various high impact sports has grown exponentially. So I don't see that as a barrier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kime. Are there additional questions from committee members for the bill sponsor, Senator Daughtry? I am not seeing any. So again, Senator Daughtry, thank you for bringing this bill forward to the Judiciary Committee. It's our custom that the bill sponsor is free to remain as a panelist for the duration of the public hearing. So if you have the time and inclination to do that, please feel free to do so.
Thank you so much, Representative, and thank you, committee.
Thank you. And having concluded our questioning of the bill sponsor, I am turning to the attendee room to see if there are any persons who wish to testify in favor, in support of LD 598, to please raise your electronic hand so I can move you over, or have you moved over as a panelist. And I see a hand up by from Tasha Judson, and then also Whitney Parrish. Soupy, if you could move those, both of those folks over to panelist status, that would be greatly appreciated. And I will wait until they travel through cyberspace. And as I do so, I will remind all persons testifying in any capacity on the bill that we limit folks to 3 minutes. And please begin your testimony with an introduction of yourself and let us know if you represent any entity or group. So with that, welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Tasha. Just so you know, in terms of the 3 minutes, I will be timing you and I'll hold up my phone. Actually, Senator Carney will take that on for me. She'll hold up her phone when you have about 15 seconds left, and then we'll let you know when the time is up. So with all of that out of the way, please, Thank you for unmuting yourself and begin your testimony when you are comfortable.
Sure. Hi, my name is Tasha Judson, and I'm a hairstylist, and I'm down in Portland. So I think I'll just clarify the protective hairstyle since some people had some questions about that. And when people have Afro textured hair, really, really tight curls, the hair is actually quite fine and really fragile. So you'll find that a lot of people, when they're growing their hair out, or especially in the wintertime, especially in places like Maine, where the air is already really cold and dry, and that's rough on our hair to begin with, they need to do something to protect their hair from breaking off. And so when we see styles like braids, where you have people doing like the really long braid in hair, or locks, that is actually helping their hair to grow. So that's kind of what we mean by protective hairstyles. And then I just feel really passionately about the fact that people deserve to wear their hair the way it grows out of their head without being scared that they're not going to be viewed as professional, or they're going to be told that they're distracting. Even with my clientele who are not Black, I have white clients that have straightened their hair their entire professional career because they feel if they show up with curly hair, people won't take them seriously. I have a friend whose son had locks. He's had locks since he was 2 years old. He's half Jamaican. It's culturally important to him. And he was told that he was a distraction to the other students in his class because of his hair and encouraged to cut it. And she luckily held her ground and said, absolutely not. So it is something that people experience here in Maine. And I don't think that this bill is the end all be all to make sure that racial equity and racial discrimination is solved here, but it is a really, really important step, because for a lot of people, I think making this judgments based on what you look like and your hair specifically, it's shrouded racial discrimination, because it is mostly going to be things like cornrows, braids, locks, afros. So I hope that we see it passed here. I think it's just really important. And I thank you for letting me have a couple minutes to say that.
Thank you very much, Tasha, for your testimony and time with the committee today. I would now ask if there are questions from committee members for Tasha Judson. And I will start. Senator Carney, is your hand up just so I can see your phone? Or do you have questions as well?
It's just for the timer.
Thank you very much. Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't actually have a question. I just wanted to greet my former constituent and thank her for her engagement.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan. Maine is a small state. We have so many connections. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Judson, would you agree that if you were employed in a hospital operating room or a medical research lab or even a restaurant kitchen, you've got to keep your hair under very tight wraps, and maybe tighter in some instances than others? Or do you see that as a violation?
No, I don't think that telling someone that they have to keep their hair covered the same way that you or I would have to keep our hair covered in that situation is a problem. And there are, people of color, Black women especially, have been wrapping their hair no matter how much volume it has or how long it has. They know how to wrap their hair up and keep it away. So I don't think that that's an issue that's posed.
And do you actually think that this bill will change people's sort of reflexive impressions or perceptions?
Well, I think that by making sure that you can't discriminate against the way that someone's hair looks, we're already seeing a change in how representation is out there. There are newscasters that I see on national news that have braids. That is something that is so new. And by allowing people to be representation to happen in so many different fields, I think it is going to be helpful in shifting some preconceived notions that people have that is based in racism.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty, and thank you for your response, Tasha. Are there additional questions for Tasha Judson from committee members? I am not seeing any, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Today, we greatly appreciate your input. The next person who has indicated a desire to testify in support of LD 598 is Whitney Parrish. Whitney, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you are comfortable.
Great. Thank you and good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Whitney Parrish. I reside in Augusta, and I'm the Acting Executive Director of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations, which we also refer to as the Permanent Commission. It's my honor to offer testimony in support of LD 598, and we are extremely grateful to Senator Daughtry for introducing this bill. We believe that whatever our color, background, or zip code, most Maine people want the freedom to be ourselves and the opportunity to succeed. And we know that there are individuals who want to put us in boxes based on what we look like, where we're from, our genders, and this can deny us our basic rights and resources and the respect that all people deserve. We also know that there are many among us who show up for each other to build welcoming communities. And so we believe it is time to show up and reject division and chart a better future for all of us, no matter who we are or what we look like. We believe bills like this can help accomplish this. As you've heard, race-based hair discrimination is not a new issue. Research and experience show that bias against natural hair limits job opportunities for Black and African American women. And Black women with natural hair are often seen as less professional and less competent and are less likely to be referred for job interviews. Black and African American adults, children, members of the military have long been discriminated against for having hairstyles like afros, twists, locks, braids, and other natural hairstyles that can fall outside of typical norms. Many hairstyles that have been banned through policy and work in school settings are the protective hairstyles you've heard about. And as was mentioned, and I'm not a hairstylist, but the elasticity and tight coils of hair can make it more susceptible to breakage and damage. Additionally, Black hair is an expression of culture and has a deep connection to religion, history, and culture. So we believe no matter what you look like, no one should ever be targeted for being who they are, and no one should need to change their hair using chemicals or heat to be taken more seriously, have more access to opportunity, or even be allowed in certain spaces. So we must work together to ensure we all have equal access to opportunity and break down systemic barriers that can hold back and harm too many of our community members. And we do believe LD 598 will begin to accomplish this. So thank you for your time. We respectfully urge you to support LD 598, and I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Whitney Parrish, for your time and testimony today. The committee appreciates your input. Are there questions for Whitney Parrish from members of the committee? I am not seeing any. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Turning back to the attendee room, I will ask again if there are any persons who wish to testify in support of LD 598 to please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any. Now, are there any persons in the attendee room who wish to testify in opposition to LD 598? If so, please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I will next turn to persons who wish to testify neither for nor against LD 598. And I see the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, Amy Sneerson. Supi, if you could please, would you please move over Amy Sneerson as a panelist? Thank you. Give her a second to arrive. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Amy Sneerson, nice to see you again. Please begin your 3-minute testimony as soon as you are comfortable.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. Good morning to all members of Judiciary. My name is Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, the state agency that enforces the Maine Human Rights Act, which is the subject of LD 598. We are here testifying neither for nor against, purely because this is really a policy proposal. And we completely support the purpose of the bill, which is to protect people based on characteristics that are associated with their race or color or national origin or religion. So for that, we are 100% there for the purpose of it. There are real concerns for people who are in communities of color and who have been impacted by having their locks cut off so they can graduate. Now, I don't know how many of these have been in Maine. I've seen them in the news. I have in my memory something that happened in Maine a few years ago, but it could be that I'm misremembering that. But this is a real concern. It's not made up. It's not imaginary for folks who are in communities of color. But it also impacts people who are in other communities that are protected by the Maine Human Rights Act, who have different types of characteristics, could be related to their hair, things like that. So our agency represents the law, right? We don't pick one protected class to advocate on behalf of. So when we looked at the text of what's proposed here, it proposes to add a new definition of race as related to protected characteristics for hair. And so sort of two things is one is that the commission really does believe, as folks have mentioned before, that these characteristics, like someone who has locks related to their race, as one example, that is a protected characteristic already related to race under the Maine Human Rights Act. But also, I can also really understand that a lot of folks, especially people who are Black or Brown or Indigenous, members of religious minorities, may not want to rely on our agency's interpretation of the law and may really feel very strongly that this should be in the text of the Maine Human Rights Act so it's clear to everyone what is protected. But I mention this because we generally as an agency try to avoid defining protected class except where we absolutely need to. So within the statute, age is not defined, sex is not defined, ancestry, color, national origin, religion, those are not defined in the statute because we feel that that can be limiting sometimes. We have adopted definitions when we think it is necessary, but we generally try to avoid putting in statutory definitions of an entire protected class. So one thing I had thought of, because I figured you would ask me, given that we're late in the session, so what do you propose instead? We are, and the sponsor of this bill has been very gracious in waiting for the commission to address it. And we have been waiting to do rulemaking for quite a long time. We have submitted to our commissioners proposed rules for amending our rules for employment and education, but it's going to be a while till they're in effect. And our education rule is joint rulemaking with the Department of Education. I see my time is complete. Thank you, Senator. So I do have some proposed language that is in tandem with what we are proposing to do to our rules in case that is helpful for the work session. I'm sorry, I don't have written testimony at this time because I'm scrambling just like you. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions or to be at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sneerson. And you were talking about possible rulemaking process when you ran out of time. Could you give us an idea of how long that will take if the commission agrees with your approach?
Yes, I can. And there's sort of like two answers, right? So rulemaking that we do on our own, we don't require legislative authority for that. So once we submit it, so like every rule other than education, we are in control of the rulemaking on our own. But even once we propose it to our commissioners and then we publish it for a hearing, and then we have a hearing, and then we review the comments, and then even after, so let's say that's 3 months, right? Let's say that's 3 or 4 months. Then we have, we are required to have the Office of the Attorney General sign off on proposed regulations. And they are overwhelmed. And if they don't get to it in time, we have to start all over again, which has happened to us in the past. So we have some control over the process, but not all of it.
And then for the Department of Education, we are required to do that rule in tandem with the Department of Education. So they are subject to executive branch approval. So that could, we don't have control over whether an education rule is ultimately promulgated at all, or when it would be. So that's why we're neither for nor against, because I can really understand that some folks may not be willing to wait for that process to play out.
Thank you very much, Director Sneerson. Appreciate that response. Now turn to committee members for questions. Please raise your electronic hands. If you have any for Director Sneerson, I will begin with Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Director Sneerson. That was really, really helpful, and I definitely look forward to hearing a little bit more detail in the work session. But one of the questions I had for you is, I think it's pretty simple. We've been hearing a lot of concern about whether or not this type of legislation would, I guess, make it illegal to hold opinions or perceptions. And I feel like this comes up a lot when we talk about the Maine Human Rights Act and the work that you do. Can you explain a little bit about what this type of legislation would actually prohibit, if not opinions and perceptions?
Sure, thank you for the question. And it is something that we at the Commission deal with a lot because there's a difference between what people think and feel and what they do. And that's what the anti-discrimination laws are geared towards, is what actions people take with respect to who they choose to employ, who they offer housing to, what choices are given to students in schools. Employers are allowed to think whatever they want. They can believe whatever they want. The same thing is true with respect to school authorities when I'm talking about LD 598. What is addressed in something like the Maine Human Rights Act or LD 598 is what actions can be taken. So with respect to employment, this would say an employer, and this would likely come up most frequently, I imagine, and I could be wrong, but with respect to, and I think someone mentioned this, let's say someone is in a job that has safety requirements of hair being worn, and I'm trying to think of something that's a useful example, worn in a hairnet, right? And that the hairnets that the employer has always used are not, they don't work properly for someone who has locks or an afro, because that is the texture of their hair. That might be what you call a protected hairstyle here. Or someone who is Sikh and wears a turban, or someone who is indigenous and does not cut their hair for religious reasons or cultural reasons. For any of those folks, the employer might say, you have to change your hair to wear our hairnets. And what it would mean is that the employee would be allowed to say, yes, but I have this for a reason. It's related to a characteristic that's protected by the Maine Human Rights Act. So I can't cut it or change it or cover it with acid so that it fits in your hairnet. How about instead, if you buy new hairnets, just one that fits me? That's a reasonable accommodation. So when I imagine it, I imagine that being the scenario in which it most likely would occur. And like someone mentioned before, helmets in schools that might fit different types of hair. And so I heard a question of, does this mean that schools would have to buy all new equipment or that employers would? I don't think that's what it means, but it does mean that if someone has a trait that's associated with something about them that they don't choose, that they're allowed to ask that that be considered in what's being asked of them. I don't know if that answers your question. You moved on my screen over here.
Sorry, that was helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan. Thank you for your response, Director Sneerson. Representative Babich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must be getting nostalgic because I'm thinking of my classes in the old days. And, you know, we talked about the American story and perhaps the arc of history bends towards justice with a few setbacks, but you know, dissidents in our past, you know, we call them troublemakers, you know, Lois Reckitt, 1968, people of courage who've made a difference. I'm sorry she's not here to hear that. Have brought issues before us and made change. The reason I bring this up with you, Ms. Sneerson, is, we have talked about, incidences perhaps in the state of Maine, and certainly you deal with this in your profession, but we aren't a terribly diverse state. It's changing a little bit, but I guess I would ask you first, in your position with the Maine Human Rights Commission, how many incidents is there any expert or educated analysis as to how many incidents there may be compared to how many actually come to your attention for redress?
Oh, that's a really good question. I was just reaching for my annual report to look at numbers from FY 2020. So in FY 2020, education is typically a very small percentage of our complaints, but employment is a very large area of complaints. So I would say folks who actually go to the trouble of contacting us and bringing a complaint here, going through our process, which is not fun or quick, I would say are the tip of the iceberg. I don't have a number. I think for every one person who brings a complaint here, there are many others who don't even know that we exist and aren't willing to keep reliving whatever happened to them to bring a complaint here. I don't have a number though, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I suspected that, but I'm trying to really make a point, and I'm asking you, I guess, in a state that, other than perhaps Portland, Lewiston, Bangor, I know we often talked about the number of languages spoken at Portland High School as being quite an anathema unusual for the state of Maine, but so experiences are very different. But would you agree that in a state, as you get away from our three major cities, where diversity is lacking, that perhaps the protection for those minority students or employees is a greater issue than it might otherwise be?
I think definitely there are probably more people who have experience living and working and going to school with people who look different from them when you're in the major urban areas of Maine. I think there are a lot of folks outside of those areas who have not had a reason to have to learn what the laws might say about people who are in communities of color, or people who are trans, or people who are different. And I think it's a challenge that our state is facing more and more. But I also think that we're a state full of people who live and let live. And I'd like to believe that as people come into contact with people who seem different, that folks who have been here a long time will come to see that they aren't really different, and will learn that they can let those people have the hair that comes naturally to them, love who comes naturally to them, pray the way that comes naturally to them. I would like to believe that that is only going to increase.
Okay, I thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Representative Babbage, if you could lower your electronic hand, that would help me out. Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Sneerson, I listened to you say about if it prevents them from performing a job or prevents them from getting hired as a result of their hair. Is it possible to have a hair disability versus discrimination against someone with the hair condition? Is that a thing? Have a hair disability?
That's a really interesting question. Yeah, that's a really interesting question. So actually, I don't know that we've had a case like that, but I am aware of some, like alopecia. I know we have a United States senator who all her hair fell out, and she hid it for years. And there's a lot of people who have a condition like that. So yeah, I think there could be. I don't know that we've had any cases like that, but there could be. Does that answer your question? So the violation might be, the way the law would come up then would be if someone said,
Yeah.
I'm going to interview you. And they say, well, this is a job out at front and I don't want to freak out the patriots. So yeah, that's not going to work for us.
Well, no, I mean, that would be between the employer decision, but not rather than the employee. I'm just wondering if special accommodations have to be made for someone's hair rather than a discrimination, would
Right.
that be something that would fit into a disability paradigm versus a discrimination? That's all.
Well, just to be clear, is that not granting a reasonable accommodation is discrimination, whether it relates to disability or race or religion. So they're all, that is a type of discrimination, but it really, and this sounds like a dodge, but it's not, is that every fact situation is so unique that it's almost hard to say for sure, like that would be, or that wouldn't be discrimination.
Yeah, I just didn't know if hair had a disability factor.
It might.
You may not be the one to ask that.
But it's the person who has the disability, not the hair.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions for Director Sneerson? I am not seeing any. And Representative Thorne, I assume you're finished with your questioning. If you could, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony and time responding to the questions today. We greatly appreciate your time and input.
Thank you.
Going to make one last trip through the attendee room to ask if there are any persons who wish to be heard in any capacity regarding LD 598. If you do, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any. So with that, having heard from all persons wishing to testify in all capacities regarding LD 598, I now close the public hearing on LD 598, an act to prohibit discrimination in employment and school based on hair texture or hairstyle, and very much thank Senator Daughtry, the bill sponsor, for bringing this bill forward. Thank you. Next on our agenda is we're turning to work sessions now, and our first work session is on LD 982, which is an act to protect against discrimination by public entities that was presented by Representative Rachel Talbot Ross. I'm going to check if she is available in the attendee room, and I am not. Yep, she's already a panelist. My committee clerk is just always a step ahead of me. But before beginning, well, I guess as part of the work session, I need to turn to our analyst, Peggy Breinch, to talk about racial impact statements. This is a new feature, a new and important feature in our law. This is the first, it's a pilot project. This is the first time judiciary has had a bill that implicates this new policy. So with that, Peggy, if you could educate us about the need, what this entails for the committee, I would greatly appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. I'd be happy to. And Representative Talbot Ross is probably the best person to have in the room with you because she was part of the Legislative Council subcommittee that did the study on racial impact statements. You passed a bill last year that said the legislature needs to consider the racial impact of legislation, much like correctional impacts or fiscal impacts. So there was a study that was established, and they looked at all these issues and put together what they thought was a reasonable pilot project moving forward. They identified, I believe, 7 bills that they wanted to kind of try out this racial impact process, racial impact statement process. And I did share that with you. I can share my screen if you'd like to just quickly go over that process.
That would be helpful, Peggy. Thank you.
So Public Law 2021 created this process, and the 2 bills that the Judiciary Committee has that were identified by the study group are this bill, LD 982, and LD 1068, which you actually voted on very early in the session, so it was not really subject to the process. So the racial impact statement is a multi-step process. First, a subcommittee of the Legislative Council, this is what's already happened this year. I'm sorry, I copied from the Health and Human Services Committee, so this is wrong. But the Legislative Council identified 7 bills, 2 of which are Judiciary Committee bills. And then there are 2 different analysis teams, one from the University of Maine system, including the Cutler Institute and the Margaret Chase Smith Policy Center, and the Permanent Commission on Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Populations conduct an analysis using the framework that the subcommittee developed, and they provided a racial impact statement for each of the bills selected by the end of February. And that is a different document that I did send to you and we can look at in a minute. So the framework that they use to look at it is what's the problem that the legislation is addressing? Is it one that is worse or exacerbated for historically disadvantaged racial populations? What factors contribute to or compound racial inequities around this problem? More specifically, what policies, institutions, or actors have shaped these inequalities, disparities, and/or disparate impacts? And if inequities are exacerbated, what actors at what levels of influence could reduce these inequities? And additionally, the analysis should look at whether the proposed policy or proposed change to existing policy reduces the inequities for historically disadvantaged racial populations, has a neutral impact on inequities, or exacerbates inequities. And when a conclusion is not feasible, the analysis should describe the limitations or barriers which impeded concluding an impact and whether relevant regional or national trends exist, which may provide helpful information. So that's what they're looking at. So the University of Maine and the Permanent Commission then submit their analysis to the Legislative Council Subcommittee, which reviews the findings and then sends them out to the Joint Standing Committees. And now we're at this stage. The Joint Standing Committee of Judiciary now reviews the analysis and its consideration of the bill in question. And then afterwards, you can answer these questions. You don't have to do this as part of today's work session. And then you report to the Legislative Council Subcommittee. And now I'm gonna switch over to actually, are there any questions about that process?
Thank you, Peggy. Committee members, are there any questions for our analyst about the material she has presented to us so far? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any, Peggy, so you could continue.
Okay, so one of the things I sent to you earlier, and it's posted in the portal on the electronic LD file, is this preliminary racial impact statement. This was put together by the Cutler Institute. So there's 2 kind of groups that are supposed to look at different pieces of the proposed legislation to go through that analysis and then provide you with information. you will notice that the disclaimer at the top says that the data collection and analysis provided reflects only the work of those research team members affiliated with the University of Maine system. So the Permanent Commission did not have an opportunity to go through this process for this bill. So these are only the findings of the University of Maine system, in this case, the Cutler Institute. So, and also this is actually based on the LD. The proposed committee amendment still carries out the purposes of the LD, but it's slightly different in order to make it work better, if that makes sense. So, but in any case, so if the LD 1982, the purpose of the bill is to make it clear that public entities are subject to the Human Rights Act. So just as employers or schools or banks can't discriminate under the Human Rights Act, this would apply to all public entities as well. So you can see the summary of their key points. They identified that one of the issues was that prisons and jails would be newly subjected to the Human Rights Act in regard to the services being provided to individuals housed within their facilities. That's actually been an issue that's been raised in the past. They estimate that approximately 500 BIPOC individuals who are incarcerated, prison or jail, so state or local, would have their rights expanded as a result. So I'm just, this is the whole analysis that they went through. And I'm, rather than walking you through all this, I'm going to stop here and say the estimated impact on individuals who are incarcerated. The Maine Department of Corrections served approximately 261 incarcerated individuals who identify as BIPOC. The proposed legislation would affect them in terms of their capacity to sue for discrimination because of their race under the Maine Human Rights Act, although this does not mean that they will act on this if it were made available to them. Nor does this analysis account for the fact that the total number of people affected over the course of 1 year would be higher as individuals enter or exit the system. And this is just people who would be eligible on the basis of race to bring a complaint to the Human Rights Commission if they were actually discriminated against by the public entity. So the conclusion here is that expanding the range of agencies and organizations who are required to adhere to the Maine Human Rights Act expands the ability of individuals to sue for discrimination, which in turn impacts a wide range of individuals. It cannot be determined at this time how many cases would emerge as a result of expanding the Maine Human Rights Act to include public entities, nor the types of discrimination for which those cases would be brought. So assessing the full impact was not feasible within the time frame of this pilot. Identifying all the types of public entities that would be affected and projecting how many cases would emerge would require more time and resources than were available, as well as access to data that may or may not be available from the Maine Human Rights Commission. The source of data for jails, a newly covered entity, is decentralized and requires significant effort to access, aggregate, and analyze at the state level. But their final estimate is that about 500 people who qualify, who would be covered as, defined as BIPOC individuals who are incarcerated, would have their rights expanded as a result. I know this is a brand new process, and this is, it's new to me as well, so I'm not sure the best way to make this more accessible to you. But this was, I mean, sometimes you wonder, okay, how many people is this going to affect? Just based on race, this is the estimate that the University of Maine system says that this bill could actually affect 500 people on the basis of race. could be affecting people for other reasons, for other characteristics that are protected by the Maine Human Rights Act, but the racial impact statement is focusing on race. So I'm happy to try to answer any questions. I really don't know exactly what the analysis was, and the whole range of information that they pulled in and looked at, and you, because of the time frame, you don't have any kind of analysis from the Permanent Commission either.
Thank you very much, Peggy, and you can thank you for stop sharing the screen. Before I turn it over to questions from committee members, I do have a couple. First of all, thank you very much for educating us on this new process. And one of the things you mentioned was that this analysis, or this impact statement, is based on the LD as originally proposed and not the amendment. Is the plan to have an additional impact statement on an amendment, or is it really looking at the overall purpose of the LD as it was originally introduced?
Well, that's a good question. I think the process looks at the LD. I think the LD actually carries out exactly what the bill proposed to do, and I don't think the analysis is any different based on the language that's in the amendment, or would be any different based on the language that's in the amendment as compared to what's in the bill. It's just the bill itself provided a different way of addressing this, and in talking with a lot of interested parties, including the Maine Human Rights Commission and the sponsor, instead of just changing the definition of public entities, it was decided to create a new subsection that in the miscellaneous chapter that says discrimination by public entities is prohibited, and it just does it a different way. I think it carries out the full intent of what Representative Talbot Ross was doing by amending by adding in a definition of public entities that would apply to the whole bill. I'm not explaining that very well. It's just, this is a better way for those claims to be, any concerns to be managed by the Human Rights Commission, and it's more clearly focused and put in a better place in the Human Rights Act to apply across the board.
Thank you very much. And I think it's just one additional question. In the first document that you reviewed, the one that described the process that this committee is to undertake, and all committees of jurisdiction on these impact statements, you listed a host of questions that we need to respond to. Maybe a poor analogy, but similar to what we do in freedom of access requests, but on very different topics. What does that look like? When do we do that?
The idea is to do that when you're considering the bill. Well, you can do that now. What the purpose is to use the information from the racial impact statement to go forward with how you handle the bill. And then those questions that are listed, they're number 5, and I'll share the screen again real quick. Those questions are really for you to give feedback about how this process works. I know we're kind of compressed for time because we're right at the end, so you don't have a whole lot of time to take in the information from the racial impact statement and think about how it applies. And especially since it's not a complete analysis at this point because of the timeframes. But the idea is that you would, as a committee, think about these questions A through F and give feedback to the subcommittee of the Legislative Council about whether this was a worthwhile experience for you. Was it helpful for you in considering whether or not to pass the bill, amend the bill? Did it raise more questions for you that you needed more information about? And also how, if this process is useful, how can it be improved? If it's not useful, is there a way to adjust it to improve and give you more information in order to make a better decision as legislators?
Thank you for that, Peggy. And because it's new, I'm probably just confused, as maybe others are as well. But it does not. It's really about us reporting to the Legislative Council about this process. It does not. It's not something we need to do before we act on the bill that is before us, unless there are issues raised in the impact statement that we think lead to questions about the bill itself. Is that?
That's correct. You have two steps. You have two responsibilities. One is to decide how you're going to use the information that the racial impact statement provided, and you might not use it at all, but it's there for you to use in order to decide how to work with the bill, whether you pass it, amend it, whatever. These questions, your second responsibility is to give feedback to the subcommittee of the Legislative Council about how this worked. Was the timing good? Was the information good? So you don't have to do that now. If you want to talk about that now while it's fresh in your mind, I can understand that. But maybe it's also something you want to think about a little longer.
Long story short, then this is something we can do at a later date in reporting back to the council. And my inclination would be, given the press of business that we have in front of us, that we do that at a later date, unless I have objection from committee members. That's how I would prefer to proceed. But with that, I will ask if there are any questions from committee members for Peggy about the process that she outlined and the statement and analysis that we received from the Cutler Institute. And I am not seeing any. So with that, I believe it's appropriate to proceed with the work session on this bill. Is that correct, Peggy?
Yes.
Thank you. And I will leave it in your capable hands, but I understand that we have a committee amendment. Is that something you could walk us through so we can see if there are questions about that amendment, or have the bill sponsor do it, and perhaps bring over a representative of the Human Rights Commission who might be able to provide us with additional on-the-ground details about the amendment?
That's true. Director Sneerson, I know, was involved in developing this amendment as well. So what the amendment does, I'll share my screen again, sorry. So the amendment strikes out the bill. If you remember, the bill adds a definition of public entities. And instead, what this bill does is it changes. So I'm going to go down to the last section because that's probably the most important. So it creates in the miscellaneous subchapter of the main Human Rights Act. So it's not focusing on public accommodations or employment or education. It's a general subchapter that, so it creates a new section called Discrimination by Public Entities Prohibited. So if you, in the Human Rights Act, it usually says employment discrimination is prohibited, or discrimination on the basis of these characteristics is prohibited in housing. So what this says is it's unlawful for any public entity to discriminate against, exclude from participation in, or otherwise deny the benefits of the services, programs, or activities of a public entity to any individual by reason of the individuals and our standard protected classes: race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, physical or mental disability, religion, ancestry, or national origin. This section does not diminish the applicability of other provisions of this chapter to public entities acting as employers, public accommodations, or education, or as providers of credit or housing. So it's kind of an overlay. The concern was by just defining public entities, it was going to say, it was going to take them out of the application of the laws where it already applies. So this is making it clear that in anything where it's not already applicable, there's no discrimination is permitted by a public entity. If the employment law already applies to a public entity, then this doesn't change that in the least. Okay, so that's your basis. And then we're going back up here to the definition of public, in public accommodations. These are different prohibited activities by anybody who provides a public accommodation. And this focuses on a public entity. Right now, currently, the law says a qualified individual with a disability being excluded from participation in or denied the benefits, services, programs, or activities, sound familiar, of a public entity, it is prohibited. We don't need that there anymore. That was just focused on somebody with a disability, and that discrimination was prohibited by a public entity. Our new section is expanding it to any of those protected characteristics. So we don't need paragraph E anymore. We're just including C and D because we have to deal with the little ands. So that's in the public prohibited discrimination in public accommodations. This is in the definition section. I actually have these in the wrong order. This is in the definition section. A qualified individual with a disability applies only to, so it doesn't apply in all across the Human Rights Act. Qualified individual with a disability, that is a key term, somebody who is qualified, but they have a disability. And they have a disability. That only applies in employment, public accommodations now, and this would also make it apply to public entities. So they are, it means that they can perform the essential functions of the employment position with or without reasonable modifications. So that is going to apply to public entities. And then in 1453, this is also a definition section. Unlawful discrimination includes, we're going to add in unlawful discrimination by public entities as defined by section 4630. So section 4630 lays out the broad prohibition, so we can take it out of the public accommodations, and then we just cross-reference it in the definition of qualified individual with a disability, as well as in the definition of unlawful discrimination. So that's what the bill was intended to do, although I think it might have been amended, might have been added to just public accommodations, when in fact the sponsor wanted to cover more than just public accommodations. And so that's why this bill takes the place, because it's broader and it works better, and it's kind of intertwined in the existing Human Rights Act. And then I think Representative Talbot Ross could probably answer any questions for you, as well as Director Sneerson. But I'll try my best if you have any questions after all that.
Thank you very much, Peggy, for that information. And I failed to welcome the bill's sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, to the committee earlier. Thank you for being here. And I see that I have a hand up from Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peggy, I'm not seeing a definition of public entities. Have I overlooked something?
Let me check. I think there is a definition of public entity in the Human Rights Act, and you'll be happy to know my computer's working now.
Yeah. You see, the new subparagraph H uses the term public entities as defined by the new section 4630, which doesn't define public entities.
So there is a definition of public entity now in section 4553. Public entity means any, oh, that's private. Public entity means the state or any local government, any department, agency, special purpose district, or other instrumentality of the state, 2 or more states, or a local government, and a state, local, or private commuter authority as defined in the Federal Rail Passenger Service Act. So that is an existing definition. So the bill was going to add the definition of public entity into the just the public accommodations section or chapter, subchapter.
Well, in the new subparagraph H on the 3rd page, should the section number be 4553?
Senator Carney, you have a hand up, and if I could just interject before getting to you, my understanding is section 4630 is defining unlawful discrimination,
right,
not defining public entity. It is defining what is unlawful discrimination in a public entity. Is that?
Yes.
And I don't know if that addresses your concern.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess I was just not clear whether there was a definition of public entity. I don't see it in the bill, but Peggy is telling us it's elsewhere.
It already exists and it's elsewhere in the law. Is that
okay? Okay, that now I know that. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Are there additional questions from committee members? And we will be hearing. I see Amy Sneerson has been moved over as a panelist, which is going to be very helpful to me. But before doing that, I wanted to ask the bill's sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, if you had anything to add, or if you would prefer we turn to Director Sneerson.
Well, thank you, Representative Harnett. The only thing I think it's important for the committee to understand as we begin to discuss this bill does not create a new protected class based on incarceration status. So I really think we have to make that very, very clear. This bill will not create a new protected class status for people who are incarcerated. And that all we're doing is extending for those who already have protected class status, the ability to enjoy the same human rights that are provided for all Mainers. So if you want to think about this, we are ensuring that not one Mainer is discriminated against and can exercise their full human rights regardless of where they reside, because prisons and jails are not where people, that's not a home address. Many of you may have friends or family who have experienced incarceration for 1 day or 24 hours or 48, whatever that looks like. That's not where that's not their home. And so all this bill does is make sure that the state of Maine provides the human rights to all Mainers, regardless where they reside, temporarily or permanently. We are not creating a new protected class status. And that's really, really important for you to understand. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to make that statement. And then I will turn it over to the executive director for the Maine Human Rights Commission to answer any more technical questions. And I appreciate Peggy for walking you through the amendment. Thank you, Chair Harnett.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. And before you go, so again, you're saying this is simply providing the human rights that already exist that cover all persons in Maine in the public entity setting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
No new protected class status.
Thank you very much. Director Sneerson, can you help us out here? Walk us through what this would mean. This would fall upon you, your agency.
Yes. Good morning again. I'm Amy Sneerson from the Maine Human Rights Commission, and I appreciate the committee turning to this bill, which is so important, and to Representative Talbot Ross for continuing to bring it forward. Everything that Peggy has said is accurate. Everything that Representative Talbot Ross has said is accurate. This does not create new rights, this proposal. And I think it helps me to put this in perspective if I back up in time. When the Maine Human Rights Act was enacted, it sort of covered limited areas of jurisdiction, started with housing, and it had only a few protected classes. And over time, different areas of jurisdiction were added, different protected classes were added. The initial version of the act covered certain protected classes in certain areas of jurisdiction. Disability was added. And when disability was added it was added when Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act was created, and then federal protections were created to protect people based on disability. And in the wake of that, the Maine Human Rights Act was amended. Before an amendment, there was a time when the Maine Human Rights Act was understood to cover public entities. So people in the care of public entities were considered to have the rights, were able to exercise those rights, right? The Maine Human Rights Act didn't say that there's a limit on what protections exist for people who were in the care of a public entity, right? So people did file complaints with our agency based on all areas of protected characteristics. At a certain point in time, after the ADA and 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, there was an amendment of the Maine Human Rights Act, and it's the one that Peggy was talking about. It's in the statute that she was looking at. It's Section 1, E, which was adding in a section to say it's illegal for public accommodations, things that are open to the public, whether they're privately or publicly owned, to discriminate against people based on any protected characteristic, the Maine Human Rights Act protected characteristic, except Section E, subsection E there, the one that would be removed in this bill, limited the protections available for places open to the public for people who were in the care of a public entity to only disability, and implicitly removed, arguably, protections based on any other MHRA protected class. That was a hotly contested point of, is that really the impact that that amendment had? And within our agency, when a new commission council came in 2008 or 9, their opinion was the protections of the Maine Human Rights Act all should still be available to people who are in the care of a public entity. That this section that was added to the public accommodations section should not be seen as limiting the rights of people in the care of a public entity to only based on disability. That was the opinion of our commission council, and still is, by the way. But our commissioners, they were so torn about what it meant and what the commission should do that they actually voted. Our commissioners voted in, I think, 2009 to find that public accommodations jurisdiction was limited to people in the care of a public entities, right? It was this weird little shoehorn, but that it limited the rights of people in the custody of a public entity to only claims based on disability. Representative Talbot Ross is right. Those people continue to have rights, but they were not allowed to bring claims to the Maine Human Rights Commission based on those rights. That's what this bill would do, would take that tiny little shoehorn out of the area of public accommodations, because it doesn't really belong there, right? It's limiting people's right to bring claims across the board on every other area, every other protected class, every other area of jurisdiction. So it doesn't really belong in there at all. So what we would do is take it out of the public accommodation section and create a new standalone subsection within the Maine Human Rights Act that talks about what rights people who are in the care of a public entity have. And what it would mean is that they would have the right to bring claims based on their membership already in a protected class, not just based on their disability. So in our minds, we're returning to what the law actually means and is intended to say. So I hope that didn't make it more confusing. I hope pulling back and looking at the sort of the context is helpful, but please tell me if I am mistaken. And also if there are other questions that I can answer.
Thank you, Director Sneerson. And I'm a simple man. Basically, as I understand it, what we are doing is no longer limiting discrimination to the single category of disability, but in fact applying the already existing protected categories with equal force and effect under the public entity law. Is that basically right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Representative Thorne and then Senator Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to help me in my mind, is there a place that I can go that lists all the protected class status?
Yes.
You mentioned membership in a protected class.
Yep.
And does that include qualifications to fit into that class? And is there any type of designation that someone would need to claim, for lack of a better word, at any point? In other words, how does somebody go about claiming membership, to use your phrase, membership, in a protected class? Is there any type of designation or anything that goes along with that, or is it a assumed membership?
That's a lot of questions. I'm going to try to remember them all and address them one by one. So in answer to your first, I think it was your first question, because that's where my brain kind of stopped and said, yay.
Okay.
Is there a place that you can go to see the list of what are the protected classes and for what areas of jurisdiction? And yes, we have a handy dandy chart that we just redid on our website. So that's the first, that's like the yay answer, right? So, and I think if I tried to start thinking again, once it was clear you had more questions. I think the next question that I recall, which is how does a person know if they fit into a protected class, and who decides if they really do fit into a protected class?
Right.
There's not a stamp that you get, or like a certification of you are entitled to assert membership in to assert that you have rights under the category of disability, or you are entitled to assert claims under the category of race, right? There's no black and white designation somewhere. And so a person who believes that they have been denied rights, basically of equitable or equitable treatment because of their membership, is entitled to file a claim with us, right? Or ask their employer or their housing provider or their school to change how they apply their laws because of the person's membership, right? So it's essentially a self-identification with, I believe that I fall into the category protected by law because of my religion, my disability, my age. That having been said, a person's assertion that they fall into a protected class can come into question. And that's part of what our agency does. If someone brings a claim here and says, I asked my employer to make an accommodation for me because of my religion and they refused, and that was discrimination. When we investigate, among the first questions that we ask are, what protected class do you think you're in? And sometimes people have a very good answer to that, and sometimes they don't. And sometimes we find the person actually doesn't fall within a protected class. So we're sort of the person who looks at that claim of, are you before we go any farther, are you even entitled to claim that you're a member of that protected class? So we do ask the question. And courts ask those questions too, after folks have gone through our process, if they choose to go on to court. Courts look at those questions in some detail. Does that answer your questions?
It does. And did I understand also that everybody fits into some type of protected class?
Everybody might think they fall into a protected class, but that doesn't mean that they actually do.
And I'll use the example, sexual orientation. I mean, everybody has a sexual orientation, correct?
Yes, and everybody has a race and everybody has a color and everybody has or doesn't have a religion. The question is, were you treated adversely in an area of jurisdiction that's covered by the law because of that? So someone could file a complaint here saying that they were denied rights because they are cisgender and straight. Someone could file a complaint here saying they were denied employment opportunities because they're white, right? So we investigate all of those claims. It's not a special one. But yeah, everybody has characteristics.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thorne. Senator Carney.
Thank you, Chair Harnett. For purposes of framing our discussion, I'd like to make an ought to pass as amended motion, and then I'd also like to speak briefly to the motion.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Do you want a second before speaking to the motion? Okay, we have a ought to pass a motion, an ought to pass as amended motion by Senator Carney. Do I have a second? Representative Evangelos? Motion made by Senator Carney, seconded by Representative Evangelos. Please proceed to discuss, speak to your motion.
Thank you. And just briefly, it seems to me that, in the course of trying to take into account the addition of disability discrimination into the Human Rights Act, there was a creation of lack of clarity as to the scope of the public entity coverage. And I feel like this is a very simple, straightforward amendment to the law that clarifies and restores the jurisdiction of the Maine Human Rights Commission to its originally intended purpose. And I think I hope that we're all able to get behind correcting that lack of clarity. And I would urge my colleagues to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. We have an ought to pass as amended motion by Senator Carney, seconded by Representative Evangelos. Is there further discussion from committee members? If so, please raise your electronic hand. And I am not seeing any, so I ask the committee clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I will recall the absentees. Senator Kime,
No.
Senator Kime votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Hagan. Excuse me, I should say Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby.
No.
Representative Libby votes no. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Mr. Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members voting in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Supi. So the ought to pass as amended motion prevails. And with that, I will thank the bill sponsor for bringing the bill forward.
Thank you all.
Thank Director Sneerson for walking us through this, and close the work session on LD 982. I'm sorry, Supi. You're muted.
Yes, I need the minority report, please.
Oh, thank you very much. For those who voted, the 3 members who voted no, it's your minority report ought not to pass. I see 2 nodding heads. I see 3 nodding heads. So yes, ought not to pass. Thank you for the reminder. The reminder that you seemingly need to give me every single time we take a vote. So with that, I will close the work session on LD 982. It is now 11 o'clock. I am going to turn over the electronic gavel to Senator Carney, but first I'm going to give members a 5-minute break just to get up, to walk around. I'm trying to be more cognizant of how long we're sitting still during the day. So we will adjourn until 11:05 when Senator Carney will take over the reins. Thank you all. Please remember to mute yourself. Well, actually, you can keep talking, but mute your microphone and shut off your video.
Hi, committee members. It is 11:06. If you're able to return to the meeting, please activate your videos. Many thanks. And Peggy, we've already reviewed the bill analysis on this and had a pretty thorough discussion, right? Okay.
Yes, I think you did. And I think that different members had some ideas about questions. And so you just decided to table and also wait till Representative Harnett was available.
Thank you.
So what I had prepared, I prepared it for the last work session, was an amendment I had your name on it, Senator, about amending this LD 1971 to, because from the discussion about at the public hearing about making sure that, this bill is about what happens when you have a public entity that wants
Peggy,
to meet.
let me officially open up the work session. I started talking outside of the work session and I led us both astray. So let me just do the technicalities here. Welcome back, committee members. We are going to open up the work session on LD 1971, even though Peggy and I were very anxious to jump in right away. This is an act to implement the recommendations of the Right to Know Advisory Committee concerning remote participation. And if you'll remember, this is the bill about what happens if an entity a public body doesn't have a remote meeting policy and needs to enact one or adopt one. And we had a work session on this. We had a fair amount of discussion. And then we realized that there were a couple of different matters related to the language that we wanted to clarify, and other suggestions about changing the vote from a majority vote, simple majority, to a 2/3 vote. And so we tabled the bill so that we could look at that further. And I think Peggy wants to bring us up to speed on that.
Okay. So I think you had this amendment ahead of in front of you last time, which is, and I don't think that's changed at all. So I'm just going to share my screen real quick on this. So this was, it amends it to make it clear that the notice that's given about this going to be remote meeting in order to adopt a remote policy has to include either include the proposed policy or include information on how to get a copy of that proposed policy. Because once that meeting convenes and the people agree, the members agree that it's okay to go forward with the meeting, there's an opportunity for the public to say yes or no or change it or whatever. But if they don't have access to that policy ahead of time, how are they going to be able to do that? So that was the proposed amendment. And it also included paragraph H, if you remember from last year, is about a public entity, a public body providing copies, actual written copies of things, or could be by remote methods, and making it clear that they must make the proposed policy available in advance of the meeting if it's one of these remote meetings to adopt a remote policy. So that was the amendment that you had in front of you last time. So I'm not going to stop sharing, but you can ask any questions, and then I know that Senator Keim talked about, she wanted an amendment to make sure that the decision that it was appropriately an emergency meeting would be done by a 2/3 vote. So here's that exact same amendment. And I don't know why I thought it was going to be difficult, but here's her change, is right here. So it's if 2/3 of the members vote in support of the chair's determination, then after the opportunity for the hearing, the body can go ahead and adopt a remote policy if they choose to.
Committee members, would you like Peggy to screen share that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking at it.
It's okay.
Oh. So right here is the 2/3. So it's exactly the same amendment as we just went through, but it's if 2/3 of the members vote in support.
Thank you. And I see so there are some hands up, Representative Harnett.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. As you know, I was the bill sponsor on this. It was a recommendation, unanimous recommendation that came forth from the Right to Know Advisory Committee during its work over the summer. I apologize for missing the work session, but I do recall that at the public hearing, there was a concern raised by, I believe, Representative Babich, who wanted to make certain that people had access to the proposed remote participation policy in advance of any remote meeting that would be discussing the possible adoption of that policy. And the first amendment that I gather came in under your name was something I had asked Peggy to do to make sure that that was certain. And that has been done. Since that time, and my original bill had it that the determination of the emergency simply needed to be approved by the body after the director of that entity declared an emergency or gave grounds for the emergency. Senator Keim has put in a proposal to make that determination of the emergency, the first step in this two-step process, require a 2/3 vote of the body. I've been in discussions with Senator Keim, and I originally made it clear that I thought a majority vote was sufficient. However, I am comfortable with her amendment for a couple of reasons. One, I don't think it will be problematic. Two, it is March 11th, and I am trying to reach as much consensus as possible on these bills, and I want to see the bill get through with the maximum amount of support. So I am comfortable with Senator Keim's amendment, and if it's appropriate to frame discussion moving forward, I would make a motion ought to pass as amended to reflect both the additional language regarding the availability of the remote policy and the requirement of a 2/3 vote only in the instance when a body is meeting remotely to adopt their remote policy. Thank you.
And so have you actually made that motion, correct?
I hope so. That's what I was just trying to do.
Good. Committee members, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Keim. And we have had committee discussion on the motion. Representative Babich, I see your hand is up. Is that for committee discussion?
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to thank the sponsor and the Right to Know Committee and Senator Keim and everybody that's made this where it is, because I do approve of the wording. I guess I would like to ask Peggy that this amend the bill by striking section 1 and inserting in its place what is proposed to us. What I am asking is 403B section 2 still in the law?
Yes, absolutely.
It is.
And yes.
So
you have another bill that repeals paragraph B, which describes situations where it's not practicable to meet in person. This bill, this is not touching that. That's all of section 2 is about. Here's the policy. If you're going to do this, you have to have a policy. Here's what we as the legislature think you need to consider when you're going forward with your policy. You have to include these things. So paragraph A is current law. What's being changed from the bill is in italics. The revisor's office may say, hey, we don't need to strike all that. We'll just insert this language, but I think you need to see it in context. So you're not taking away anything of the current law. You're just adding this procedure for when a public body doesn't have a remote policy and they need to meet remotely. And this tells them how to do that, how to adopt that policy.
So what I am most interested in is that the norm, which has guided us for a century or more, I guess probably more, that you're expected to be, that an elected official, is who I'm concerned about, is expected to be physically present for public proceedings. That is not omitted in this bill.
That is in paragraph B.
Thank
so
you
you're
so
right.
much.
It is
Yeah.
not touched by this bill. It's not deleted by the bill.
Thank you very much for that, Peggy, and thank you, Representative Harnett, for your work on this. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask the two people, Chair Harnett, Senator Keim, to consider just a small tweak that would say 2/3, or in the case of a 5-person board, 60%. Because in the case of a 5-person board, we're requiring 80%. And I don't think, that's not so workable. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And before we call on you, Representative Moriarty, let's just give either or both Representatives Harnett and Senator Keim a moment to respond. Representative Harnett?
Thank you, Senator Carney. Thank you for the question, Representative Evangelos. And I know that this was a question that had been posed by Representative Moriarty back when I originally introduced this bill. You are right in the case of a 5-member board, although we can probably find other examples of this as well. 3 out of 5 would be 60%, 4 out of 5 would be 80%. I am comfortable with making that change. However, I did agree with the bill as amended by Senator Keim. And to be true to my word, I would want to be certain that she was comfortable with that change and could agree to that. Otherwise, I will abide by the assurances that I gave her on her amendment.
Senator Keim?
Thank you. I guess I might look to Peggy on this just a little bit. I think, would we be saying then that this is 60% if there's 5 people on the board? I mean, it just seems wordy. And I mean, I guess my assumption is that if it's an emergency that most people realize is an emergency, then I would think 4 out of 5 would agree anyway, and that we might be splitting hairs a little bit, but then I don't know. So, but then if we just make it 60%, then that's not actually 2/3 every time we have a larger body. So I just wanted you, I mean, do we do that other places in law where we say, well, it's 2/3 here, but if there's less than 5, if there's 5 members or less, it's only 2 out of 3 or something. I don't know.
I'm not aware of where we're actually addressing that question in other places. In the executive session law, you have to have 3/5 vote in favor to go into executive session. So, another type of supermajority. I guess I haven't heard, you know, a different application of that in other situations.
So, okay. I'm thinking how it's, the wording is a little bit clunky because if we mean 2/3, but if we say 2/3 or 60%, then we might as well just nix the 2/3 and just say 60%. Because I think we're leaving it ambiguous at that point. Unless we put in a qualifier that it's a 5-member board. That's where I'm trying to like figure out like the actual practice, the application of this and how the law is read.
Let's hear from other committee members who just for people, if you're interested in weighing in on the 2/3 versus 3/5, raise your actual hand as well as your electronic hand. Representative Moriarty, are you interested in weighing in on that issue? No. Okay. Representative Babbage is. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was of the feeling that I hope this would be a unanimous vote because of urgency. I was not opposed to Senator Kimes' amendment because it demanded a supermajority, but no one person could still prevent business from taking place. I think it's not a giant issue, but rather than specify for a 5-member board, I think we would just change the fraction if you wanted to accommodate a 3-2 vote and still transact business with a 3-2 vote. If that's your preference, but I do think the 2/3 works. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, did you wish to be heard on 2/3 versus 3/5? Are you all set?
No, I did wish to be heard on the 2/3. And this is a question for Peggy. And I don't want us to get hung up on this. As I said, I want this to get through with the maximum amount of support possible. Could we say something like 2/3 of the members, except in the, and I don't want to be too wordy, except with a 5-person board, a vote of 3 members is sufficient. 3 of the 5 members, rather than go to 60%. Or the other would be to use the language of the executive session law, which is 3/5. Is that what you're saying? The law is there, but again, I made a commitment to Senator Keim, and I am keeping that commitment.
Right. I think whatever you decide, we can work that into the statute.
Okay.
Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to keep it simple and I support the 2/3.
Thank you. Representative Evangelos, did you also wish to be heard on this?
Yes, very briefly. Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why the executive session went to 3/5 is because many, if not the majority of boards in Maine, where I ever worked anyways, were 5 people. And so they were trying to make a practical application of law and rule so that they'd have a workable situation. That's an important precedent that's, done in general practice in public administration. 3/5, you go into executive session. Why did they choose 60% instead of 2/3? It's obvious. I don't care what you do with it, but I'm voting for it anyways. But I think you got to make it work, nominally for as many people as possible.
Thank you. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just looking at it from a mathematical, 3/5 is 60%. And that just is barely over the threshold for a simple majority, in my opinion, versus, another number that you want to have in your head of 66. I mean, 75% is not much bigger than 66 if you want to break the numbers. That 66 isn't much bigger than 60, but 3/5 to me is a simple majority. So that's just my opinion. I vote for 2/3.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like what Representative Evangelos had to say, and as he was speaking, I recalled his background as a town manager, probably serving a community which had a 5-member governing board and 5-member committees, and I think it makes sense. It's as I communicated earlier to co-chair, this is not for me a hill to die on. I don't see it as a situation that really demands a supermajority. But if it does, because we already use 3/5 for executive session with strict guidelines about how that can be done, I think it's useful to continue to repeat the same fraction.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Kime?
I am sensitive to the fact that with, a 5-member board, it means one person can stop proceedings. And I would be, somewhat willing to definitely consider that on my own. But if we wanted to just make a unanimous report and make it 2/3, I think that's where we have to go. So I'll just put that out there. And, I'm happy with the 2/3. I think it works. I think when something's an emergency, with a 5-member board, one person can still vote in opposition and they can still move forward. So it isn't one person stopping it in essence, right? It would be 2 people. So I think it still works. I'm sensitive to what is brought up, and I see that concern. I just think if we're going to have a unanimous report, we should probably go with the 2/3.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, I'm sorry I skipped over you.
No, actually you didn't. Thank you. I am comfortable with moving with 2/3. If it proves to be a problem in the future, we can tinker with it. Again, my goal here is to get this bill through to help municipalities. I've been on many boards that are larger than 5, so it's a risk I am willing to take to address a problem that was deemed very serious by the Right to Know Advisory Committee. So I will stay with the language as amended. My current motion, pending motion.
Any other discussion, committee members? I'm not seeing any. Are we ready for the vote? Soupy, thank you for joining us, and you may proceed to call the vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Kime. Representative Harnett.
Sorry. Couldn't get to my button fast enough.
Sorry. Senator Kime votes yes. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby.
Yes.
Representative Libby votes yes. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 10 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Soupy. And I see Representative Harnett has his hand up. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Carney. I just want to thank the committee and thank Senator Keim for working with me to make this bill work. So thank you both. Thank you all.
Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was preparing to ask a question to Peggy when the discussion accelerated. Very quickly, Peggy, you mentioned another bill repealed or repeals paragraph B of the original statute. I've just lost track of that. Have we voted on that? And what was the bill number?
You have not voted on it. It's the very next bill on the agenda. It's LD 1772.
Oh, there we go.
See, that's why you don't know.
Thank you.
All right. And so the ought to pass as amended motion carries 10-0 with 4 absences. Thank you, committee members, and we'll close the work session on LD 1971 and open up the next work session, which is on LD 1772. And I think we have also done the bill analysis on this one, Peggy, but I know that we need a refresher. And so if you wouldn't mind giving us a brief intro to this one as well. Thanks.
Right. Although Representative Moriarty already gave you a sneak peek. So this bill does a couple of things. The main purpose of it is to delete what the statute puts into what the statute says directs any kind of public body who has a remote policy, basically when it's not practicable for there to be in-person attendance to the meeting. So it includes when it's an emergency where nobody can be there, or individual situations because of illness or out of the state or whatever. So that is current law. And that is, if you're looking at the bill, it's paragraph B of subsection 2 that establishes all those. And I'm going to share my screen so you'll know what is being repealed, because if you look at the bill, you can't see that. So this is what paragraph B says right now. Help if I keep it all on the screen. The policy adopted pursuant to paragraph A, we were just talking about that, must provide that members of the body are expected to be physically present for public proceedings, except when being physically present is not practicable. So there's your default. You have to be present, physically present, unless it's not practicable. And then the statute goes on to say, here's situations where it might not be practicable. One is the existence of emergency or urgent issue that requires a whole public body to meet by remote methods. And then 2, 3, and 4 might actually be less than the whole public body. It could be an individual, or it could be, several members that meet any of these criteria. So that is what's being repealed in section 1 of LD 1772. And then what section 2 of the bill does is it amends paragraph E, which again, this was drafted, this law was written saying we're going to default to in-person meetings, but when of course, notice of proceedings always have to be given in accordance with section 406. When the public may attend by remote methods, the notice must include those means. The notice must also identify a location for members of the public to attend in person. What LD 1772 does not require the public body to provide a location for members of the public to attend in person if the body is meeting 100% remotely. So if there's a reason that they're not no members of the body are there in person, then they do not have to provide an in-person place for members of the public to attend that meeting. That doesn't mean that there could be meetings where there's no opportunity for public comment, but members of the public still want to be there in person. Or some towns, I think we've heard, have even set up like a big screen TV, and even if no members of the public body are there, there's an opportunity for the public to sit in that room and connect with the public body through that facility. What section 2 of the bill does is, if the body is not meeting with anybody in person, so it's complete remote meeting, the public attendance can be limited to remote only. If there's an emergency or urgent situation that requires the body to meet only by remote methods. So the whole idea is municipalities, other entities are not really expecting to meet remotely unless there's an emergency situation. And I did clarify this with Kate Dufour. It's not, this isn't supposed to say, oh yeah, you can go meet remotely. The whole meeting can be remote anytime you want. There's still the intention that they'll use their good faith efforts to meet in person. But if there is a situation where they have to meet remotely, they should not have to, if it's not safe for them to meet remotely, to meet in person, they shouldn't have to provide a location for the public to participate or attend in person. So that's what section 2 is doing, how that's amending paragraph E. Section 3 of the bill is intended to talk about, I've decided to call them subordinate boards and committees, that when you have, say, a town council that has adopted a policy, any of the committees that are subordinate to the town council can use the policy that the town council adopted for remote participation. Each one of those, the planning board, the recreation committee, don't have to adopt their own policy. That's what section 3 is doing. There was some discussion at the last work session, and I actually put some language together because I think there's a clearer way to do that, but I haven't really shared that with the committee yet. So when you get there, I will be happy to talk about that. So I'm going to stop. This is what I have on the screen is current law. I'm going to stop sharing that. And I can share the bill if you'd prefer, or answer any questions.
I think it would be helpful, Peggy, if you could share the current bill and then also the suggested clarifying language that you're working on.
Okay, so here's the bill 1772. Representative Harnett sponsored this on behalf of MMA. So here's paragraph B being repealed. We just looked at that. That is, you're supposed to be in person as much as possible. If it's not practicable, then here are some things to consider. By repealing paragraph B, you're trusting the discretion of the public entity to make all those decisions. They still have to have a policy, and the policy should describe all that. And the public has an opportunity to weigh in on that policy before they adopt the policy. So here's paragraph E. This goes along with paragraph B. There might be, but it doesn't have to. Even if you didn't repeal paragraph B, you might still want to do this. So the body, what this is changing it to is the body may limit public attendance at a proceeding solely to remote methods if there is an emergency or urgent situation that requires the body to meet only by remote methods. So if the body has an emergency that it has to meet by remote methods, it does not have to provide an in-person connection for members of the public. still has to provide a remote connection for the public vote. So that's what section 2. Section 3, the current law, this says, the current law, that head note is remote. Oh no, take it back. It still says application. It says this section applies to a board or committee under the jurisdiction of a public body that has adopted a written policy pursuant to subsection 2, paragraph A, which isn't really related to A or B below. And I see that Senator Keim raised her hand. Do you want me to stop sharing? So,
Yes, please.
oh, Lisa's saying Senator
Oh,
Keim.
keep it up. Senator Keim, go ahead and speak, and you can direct us on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought it would be easier if it was still up, because my question is, when I read the bill, and I just need to make sure that I'm right. So section 2, I'm sorry, is enacted and amended to read with E, but that means that we're not taking anything out previous to that, like A, B, and all the 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it is under B, and C and D, those are all still there. They're not they're not repealed.
Section 2 isn't touching B, but section 1 repeals all of paragraph B.
Oh, section 1, okay, that's why I was getting confused. Okay, so I'm sorry, so let me ask the question again. Okay, so when we look at current law, where the first heading under number 1 is remote participation, that stays.
Yes.
And so B is taken out completely.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, I just needed to make sure I was following. Okay, so C and D are still there, and E is being changed. And then on section 3,
it's actually section 4. Oh, yeah, section 3 of the bill. Yeah.
Right, section 3 of the bill doesn't change 3 in law. It just simply changes number 4.
Correct.
Okay, I just had to double check all that. All right, thank you so much. Sorry to be slow this morning.
No, I think it's really hard to know what's being repealed when you're just repealing, you know, the name of it.
And Representative Thorne, I know your hand is up, but I just wanted to ask Peggy one more clarifying question. And could you put the screen share back on, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And so on section 2, what section 2 does, regardless of whether section 1 or section 3 were included in the ultimate report, section 2 means that if there's an emergency or urgent situation, like a bridge being washed out that's necessary to connect to the town hall or whatever, that the town could, only when there was an emergency or urgent situation, limit the meeting to only remote access for the public under those narrow circumstances.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Okay, and I see Representative Thorne has his hand up. Do you need me to continue sharing the screen?
That would be fine. And Madam Chair, you made a perfect segue. My question is, as we get into definition of terms, my question is concerning an emergency situation, emergency or urgent situation. I have a two-part question. One is, I assume that that's just an open term that anything could apply to, and would it require a vote of the committee to declare that emergency or urgent situation existed, or could just one person say an urgent situation exists, therefore I declare that this applies?
Well, this is the existing law about an emergency and urgent situation. The only place right now where you're talking about kind of questioning it is what you just did in 1971, where it's the chair says, hey, it's an emergency. We don't have a remote policy. Let's meet remotely. And you just voted to say you need a 2/3 agreement of that. There's no place else that actually defines emergency or urgent issue or requires, I mean, I would assume that it's how the public body works, does its business, how it determines whether or not there's an emergency or an urgent issue. I like to think that there's, a good faith effort by everybody on a public body to not take advantage of this kind of exception to what is an in-person meeting.
So would it be an accurate statement to say that if 1771 allows them to declare that the remote situation exists, that 1772 would then automatically apply to all that voted in favor of remote participation? That
Right, 1971 says this only applies in the situation where the public body does not have a remote policy.
Okay.
And this is the only situation where we're going to talk about, at least what you've done so far, a 2/3 vote needs to happen in order to kind of ratify the chair's decision that it's an emergency. That only applies when they're holding that meeting to adopt the remote policy. Once they've adopted that policy, then they have the policy and they live by the policy. If their policy says 2/3 of the members have to agree that it's an emergency before we meet remotely, they can do that. They can certainly write that into their policy.
Okay, so getting beyond that, then once that happens, this automatically applies to any entity that determines that exists, correct? And they go remote, that this would apply to their meeting?
So emergency or urgent situation does not apply. Used here is not necessarily the same situation. They could have a policy. They already have a policy. They meet remotely as necessary, and the 2/3 vote would not come into play once they've already adopted their policy.
May I try one more time just to clarify my question?
I'm sorry.
Please do.
Getting beyond emergency or urgent situation, once that has been determined, and once the public entity has decided that they're going remote, am I to understand that this bill then takes over the terms of their remote participation?
I think that's a good way to look at it, that yes, they've decided they're going to go remote. They do not have to provide an in-person place for members of the public. If they're going to be entirely remote, that decision's made. And now this law steps in and says you don't have to have a place for the public to come.
And they will make that when they make the determination that it's either a partial remote situation or a completely remote situation.
Right. So if it's a partial remote situation, then this doesn't say they can limit it to, this says they can't limit it to remote only for the public.
Okay.
If there are members of the public body there in person, the public has to be able to attend in person.
Okay. Thank you, Peggy.
Okay. Sorry that took so long.
That's all right. Sometimes I'm not very, very clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Peggy. I wanted to ask First of all, I'm very reluctant to agree with section 1. And the reason for that, committee, is that at least the Right to Know committee, when I was on it, was wanting.
Representative
Yeah.
Babbage, hang on just one second, because it sounds
Sure.
to me like you're moving into more of a committee discussion. And so Peggy,
Okay.
please end.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
go to the questions. Okay.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to end the screen share so we could all see each other.
Oh, I see. Thank you. So actually, I'm sorry, because I am going to the question regarding the wording, but I don't think that screen share is necessary. Regarding the wording of, let me just finish with a sentence, and that is that we thought it was important for people not to drastically change their commitment of the people's right to petition by being available to their constituents in person, if possible, if practicable, I guess is how it was worded. So I like the carefully crafted wording of section B that's in current law. However, this bill does achieve some important things. We need to make sure that subcommittees of an elected board don't have to adopt individual policies if they want to simply adopt the supervisory body's policy that they're under. And this body does allow for an ongoing only remote policy, which I think in certain circumstances, even though I'm a in-person guy, is desirable. So the question I have for Peggy is, when a body determines to go solely remote, under this wording, that could be indefinite. Is that right?
So your question is, because paragraph B is taken away, is being repealed, it can be indefinite?
Well, I want to maintain paragraph B, but I'm wondering, are there parameters on the guidelines for public bodies to make this one decision to go remote, and that is the ongoing permanent policy, or would that need to be specified if we did not want it to be ongoing permanent policy?
I think that the statute is basically an enabling act in a way. It says you can't do remote meetings unless you've adopted a policy. But once you take out paragraph B, which has kind of the expectation that people be physically present, then you don't have a statutory directive that there's an expectation that everybody be in person. I guess the members of the public, you're kind of relying on your constituents to say whether or not that's an okay way to go forward. And I know that you often draw a distinction between elected and not elected.
Right.
And maybe that plays into it, that if you don't like the people who are elected that are always being remote, then you ask them to change this policy. And if they don't, then you vote them out.
That is burdensome, though, that process. I want to be sympathetic to the folks who are, to the Isle La Hose and the Vinyl Havens and the, Fox Islands folks that might have compelling circumstances that would justify an ongoing remote policy. But I don't want, a large urban center to go onward with a remote policy if it is not just because of convenience rather than necessity. So that's the fine line that I'm trying to draw here. I mean, what I'm thinking is a report that I might, probably at Peggy's chagrin here, but might like would be to maintain paragraph B, to say that there is, an in-person responsibility to confront constituents, but that there are end runs. That's not what I'm proposing, but that there are ways of making it facilitating remote requirements. So I'm reluctant to take that wording out of the law, but I don't know what I would say. Perhaps adopting paragraph E in section 2 by saying notwithstanding, and then accepting that, and then perhaps with a maximum of a year or something, unless it's reauthorized. I'm thinking out loud. I want to try to address thank you.
Thank you for sharing your position. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm inclined to agree with Representative Babbage about taking out, we very carefully worked on trying to tailor the times that we would find it acceptable as a legislature for these public bodies to meet remotely. And so we just put in the language in 2021 and worked it really hard. And now here in 2022, we're about to take it out again. And I don't know that we have enough evidence that that's necessary. And we've heard so much about that's my hesitation is how much we've heard of requests and, townspeople just not knowing what's going on and feeling left in the dark. And so that has exploded as our remote participation has increased so much over the last year and a half. So I feel uncomfortable changing this right now. But I guess I'm also though wondering if there's a way to put if there's a way still to work E into what we currently have. And then when it comes to 4 in the application, I don't really see a reason why one governing board has to make the policy for every board underneath it blanketly like this. I understand that obviously the recreation board would need a policy or the planning board would need a policy, but it's very easy for them to just simply vote, okay, this policy works for us too, this policy, they don't have to recreate the policy, but for them to at least look at it and say this policy is appropriate for us, I think is important, rather than for us as a legislature to decide that every board or committee that falls under the jurisdiction of, I guess what I'm thinking about is select boards, right? Because all the other boards kind of fall under them, but a remote policy that works for the select board or is appropriate for the select board may not be appropriate for the recreation board or the planning board. And so I just think if we blanketly give them this permission, then no one's looking at it. They're just saying, oh, that's our policy too. So I understand the ease and the convenience of that suggestion, but I don't see that it's very difficult for them to vote in favor of it. And then Peggy, I didn't know if maybe you could actually answer for me. Is there some reason why we couldn't work something similar to what E is suggesting into what E currently is now in law?
I think E stands alone. If you did not go ahead with the repeal of paragraph B, you could still use E. That's a standalone provision. So yeah, you could, if you like the way that works, I think that you could just enact that. And I actually have an alternative way to do what section 3 is doing.
Meaning what? I guess I need you to explain that.
I think that if you're going to say that the policy applies to the subordinate boards, I wouldn't put it in the application section. I'll give you this is a spec amendment. you did talk about this at the last work session, and I think there was a concern about where it was placed and how it was worded. So instead of amending subsection 4, this would add a new paragraph to subsection 2. I'm sorry, I should
Can you make that bigger, Peggy?
I'm sorry, make it
Can you
bigger.
can you make that, Madam Chair, may I ask if that could be made bigger? Thank you.
Yes,
Can you
I
do
think
that? Is that better?
it's happened.
Okay. So this is a new paragraph that says the written remote participation policy adopted by a public body applies to a board or commission that is within the jurisdiction of the public body unless a board or commission adopts its own policy under this section. So I don't know if that's getting at what you want to do, Senator Keim, but I just thought that was a better way to carry out what I think section 4 was doing.
Yes, I think that language does make more sense. I just still would prefer not to put it in because I don't think it's necessary. I think they could just still use the same one. And okay, so then that's helpful. I guess I'll throw out 2 other things. One is that I kind of agree with what Representative Babbage was saying, is that we've never put anything in law that doesn't allow them to just meet in perpetuity, I guess, remotely. And I don't know if that's if that's even, I think it's maybe a little outside the scope of what we've already talked about. So I don't know if we should jump in on that. But I also would like the idea, even in this language, to say if the body is going to go remote, that they would have to have a supermajority to do so. So even after they have their policy, but if they're going to exercise that opportunity, I would like to see it be a supermajority. So I'll just throw that out there for conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Harnett, you're next.
Thank you. And I hope what I'm about to do is appropriate, and I know that you will tell me if it is not. But as the bill sponsor, I just want to say a few things. The bill that we just moved out of committee, 1971, has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. 1971 was simply addressing the situation in which a body, a public body, does not have a remote participation policy and will allow them to adopt it remotely in very limited circumstances with a supermajority vote after notice to the public and an opportunity for a hearing. The bill we enacted last year, which is the bill that we are tinkering with in the LD before us, 1772, only applies in instances where the body has already adopted a remote participation policy. And that remote participation policy spells out how it will work and also what constitutes an emergency. The current law is very restrictive about what is an emergency. And it is those 4 things listed in paragraph B. The intent of this bill, which came from the Maine Municipal Association, is to allow bodies to develop a remote participation policy with full public input, opportunity for hearing, and adoption by, let's say, a city council, where they can define emergency more broadly than the limited circumstances set forth in paragraph B. It's not being done it's being done in a totally transparent fashion. If the members of the public don't like that proposed policy, they have the full opportunity to weigh in on it. It simply gives the municipal body, and I'm going to go over the city council again, greater discretion as to how they define an emergency in that policy after the opportunity for a hearing and public comment. It's not allowing them to say this is an emergency, that's an emergency. It just doesn't constrict them to those 4 categories, 4 circumstances set forth in paragraph B. What we heard from municipalities all around the state was that This bill was very helpful, but there were some emergencies that did not fall into those 4 categories. This just provides more discretion for the governing body in the development of its policy. It's totally transparent. It's a totally public process. If it does not allow them to say, oh, this is an emergency. They have to comply with the remote participation policy that was adopted in the full light of day. And I think, and I hope I'm being clear here, I think that's very important to know, because first of all, there was no opposition to this bill other than this committee, which I understand that's our job. But you heard from the Maine Municipal Association, you heard from the Department of Vicki Wallach on behalf of her client, that there were other circumstances besides these 4 that required remote meetings. It simply allows them to do that with the full public light shining upon them. That's why I introduced it. And I think it's good policy, and I think we're going a little bit astray about what the bill is trying to do.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. And can you, before you finish your remarks, can you please address Peggy's rewritten language for what I'll just refer to as the subordinate bodies?
I like her rewritten language. What it says is, if you've got 17 boards in a city, which even a small city like Gardner has that many boards, they don't all have to go through the public hearing process to adopt a remote policy that's been adopted by the city council. It does allow them, though, if they don't like the one adopted by the city council, to adopt their own in a very public way. But it allows them to adopt it without having to go through that public process, because the public process was already had on the overarching policy adopted by the non-subordinate entity. So I am comfortable with that, with Peggy's amended language.
And so the elected body, the city council, would be?
City council, select board, whatever is the overarching body, would go through a very public, transparent process, and subordinate committees could say, that works for us, or it doesn't work for us, and we're going to have a public policy, a public proceeding to adopt our own remote participation policy.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn?
Thanks. I want to speak to why I think it's so critically important that the restrictions that are in B, that we give more flexibility than the restrictions that are in B. And let me try and explain by use of a specific anecdote. I have a good friend who is the mom of twins. She's a single parent, and she's running for the school board. School board meeting nights, she has covered. She has not even put her papers in yet, but she has figured out how she's going to cover those school board meeting nights with regard to her childcare. However, she's also going to need to serve on a number of committees as a member of the school board. And those committees may meet at various times when she doesn't have childcare. It would be appropriate, in my view, for the school committee to adopt a remote meeting policy that says our school board meetings are always in person, but our committee meetings offer more flexibility than that to our members, and the expectation of physical presence at all school board meetings, all school board committee meetings, right? These meetings of a subgroup of the board that works on specific issues. Those are public meetings, and they absolutely should be. But we should also, it's 2022, we should be able to understand that working parents, single parents should be able to participate remotely in those working group type, committee type meetings. And it should be up to the school committee through their public hearing process, through their adoption of their remote meeting policy, to make those nuanced distinctions about different types of work that the board might do, and the different types therefore, of remote meeting policies or procedures that might apply in those different specific scenarios based on the level of public input or the sort of finality of the discussions. For example, votes are often not even taken in committee meetings. They're just for the purpose of presenting documents back to the larger group or those types of things. That's often how those committee meetings wind up. And it's critically important, particularly for women who want to be involved in public life, that we not roll back the ability and flexibility to participate remotely, for example, while your children are sleeping in the evenings after work in the same building where you are participating in important public discussions that are available for the public to observe and potentially participate in when that is appropriate. We've learned how to do that. And the MMA has come to us telling us they need some more flexibility because these 4 items don't quite cover it. But the board would still have to specify what the procedures are, what the policies are. They would adopt a policy, but it can be nuanced. It can be appropriate to that particular board's proceedings. And it's developed in full public view and then adopted in a public way. And it can be amended by that board locally if it doesn't work or if the public isn't able to get the right access to their officials. So I feel very strongly that this type of local control and flexibility is something we don't want to take away and something that our local boards will use appropriately to expand access and not to limit the public's right to know or people's ability to participate. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have consulted with the 2 towns that I represent, both of which have council manager forms of government, and both towns and their managers strongly support the bill that is before us now. I learned from one of my towns that there were some unexpected complications in compliance with paragraph B of the legislation passed last year, and they strongly urged me to take steps to rectify that. And I think the pending bill does that. I have just a number of minor points to make. First of all, in my own town of Cumberland, the council fairly early on in the process adopted a policy, and all of the town committees readily fell into line. It wasn't a problem. And everybody knows in town that rather than having multiple conflicting policies, we have one that applies to all of the bodies, the elected body and its subordinate committees. Bear in mind that this, I may have mentioned this last time we dealt with it. This comes from the MMA, which means that it necessarily went through the Legislative Policy Committee, which is a 70-member committee consisting of 2 representatives from each senatorial district statewide. Obviously, one of the largest policy committees with which we deal or which offers input to us. And so we can automatically assume that this bill has broad statewide support if in fact it comes with the MMA's endorsement. Final point is that in terms of there being a supermajority requirement or whatever, I think it's up to the board or council which adopts the policy of the town to make that determination itself. And bear in mind, this is only a policy. It can be changed, refined, fine-tuned, modified, reversed at any time. It's not, you don't just get one shot at this. You see how it works. If problems develop, you address them. That's what your job is as a town councilor or city councilor. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Keim?
Representative Moriarty, would you just help me with telling me what your town, you said one of your towns said they had problems with B.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, would you mind telling me what the problem was?
Oh, Senator Keim, I'd have to go back into an exchange of emails that's probably 2 months old now. I
Okay.
haven't done that in preparation for today.
Okay.
I have it in
Okay.
my folder. I printed it, so I could dig it out, but
Okay. I just thought that the number 1 in B was very broad. It's the existence of an emergency or urgent issue that requires the public body to meet by remote methods. I mean, an urgent issue or an emergency, urgent issue is fairly broad language. So I was trying to figure out what it would be that it wouldn't fall under that. And I guess it's just a matter of policy question at that point. Thanks.
Senator Sanborn?
I wanted to try and address Senator Keim's issue, which is to say, Senator Keim, that the existence of an emergency or urgent issue has been interpreted to mean an urgent issue or emergency that forces the entire body to meet remotely. So it has to be something that's global in nature, not global like the whole world, but it encompasses every member of the board. And so personal emergencies or otherwise sort of, circumstances like I described where a particular member might not be able to attend due to other family responsibilities. There is no flexibility in the current provisions for a remote, even a partially remote or an accommodated, a hybrid participation to happen under B, under those four for that type of scenario where I described a childcare scenario is not included in B. So that particular member couldn't necessarily be accommodated because hybrid meetings are only permitted under 2, 3, and 4, as I read B, and as I think the MMA reads B. And so otherwise there has to be a physical presence of the members of the body in order to participate in the proceedings. Certainly they could watch them on YouTube or something like that, but in order to be able to ask questions or participate in the discussion, they wouldn't be able to do that unless there were more flexibility in B.
Thank you. Representative Babbage?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, and I appreciate Senator Sanborn's example, for instance, of I am still an advocate of Part B, but I'm totally understanding of how inflexible that is, and that's why I think Section 2 of what's before us is very reasonable. And you know, I would I mean, what I'm thinking of right now is saying, notwithstanding paragraph B, if there's an emergency or urgent situation that requires the body to meet only by remote methods, that's fine. And if it's a public body, then they would need to reauthorize that decision, no longer than a maximum of a year. I mean, it seems to me that the civil emergency took care. This current law was totally satisfactory during a civil emergency. Once the civil emergency ended, then we had a situation where people had to make decisions about emergency and urgency, and I think the MMA brings forward legitimate issues. But I also think that those that are not represented here might be folks that, I don't know, don't have electronic means or would prefer in person. Like I say, it's a petition of government issue for me. So, I would support that subcommittees of elected boards and appointed committee members adopt a policy to meet solely by remote means. That sounds totally reasonable to me. It sounds, and I think what's proposed here is also, I do worry about the adoption of a policy that is solely remote by an elected board in perpetuity. I would, if it's an elected board, I'd like to have a time where that would have to be revisited. But that's where I am on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take Senator Sanborn's remarks and Representative Moriarty. I would like us to either move on to what we've had a request to caucus, and I do think we need to caucus. I don't know if we want a motion before we caucus or not, but let me call on Senator Sanborn and then let's talk about where we're headed on this. Go ahead, Senator.
So Representative Babbage, I think that part 1 and part 2 of the bill address different problems, though they are kind of connected in the way that they're drafted. The repeal of Section B in part 1 is an effort to give additional flexibility and nuance to the remote meeting policies that will be adopted or have already been adopted by various municipal boards. And by repealing Part B, we would allow those policies to become more nuanced so that, for example, there could be a distinction between school committee meetings and committee of the school committee meetings, right? So like the finance committee could meet fully remotely potentially, but that the school board itself would meet in person unless there were an emergency. So, or one of the, other reasons that might be set forward, right? An illness, other reasons might be set forward in the policy, but we want that policy to be written in that nuanced way that's very specific to that particular entity and the way that they do business. And this is an area where local control makes sense, because trying to paint with a broad brush and make these generalized presumptions from Augusta that these are the only 4 reasons that you should ever be able to have a fully remote meeting, or be able to have fully remote meetings in perpetuity, for example, for a particular aspect of local government, I think is not our place. I think that what we have set forth are parameters and some basics. We are requiring that they adopt in this very public way a remote meeting policy that should lay out all the specifics, but having those specifics wordsmithed at the local level and with an eye to the actual work patterns of that particular board is what's going to be most effective. And that's what the MMA is looking for in part 1 of the bill. It's about flexibility of how the business is done of the board itself. Part 2 of the bill is about whether a physical location needs to be advertised for every meeting and what to do if there is no physical location for the meeting because it is the type of meeting, for example, that this nuanced policy is saying is likely to be fully remote. And so that might be, again, one of these subcommittee meetings where, it takes place perhaps during the workday and people log on during their lunch break so that they're able to accomplish this work, particularly unpaid volunteer boards. It makes a lot of sense for us to allow the localities to differentiate in that way. So B is a very separate issue, or the second part of the bill is a separate issue from the first part of the bill, and both are very important.
Thank you. So committee members, we've been airing our views on this, and I have a proposal for where we go from here. I'd like to recognize the bill sponsor to make a motion. Then I'd like to recognize Senator Keim to address the committee, and then we'll take corner caucuses. Then we'll come back and vote, and then we'll take a lunch break. And so the floor is yours, Representative Harnett.
Thank you very much, Chair Carney. I move ought to pass on LD 1772 as amended with Peggy's refined language on part 3 of the bill as was presented to us on screen. I'm not going to speak to the motion because I think I've spoken more than enough at this point. So I just want to set the stage. So that's my motion.
Okay, it looks like Representative Moriarty is seconding it. And now we'll recognize Senator Keim.
Thank you. I think because it comes down to a matter of policy, I'm still, part of the thing is that this was crafted around public bodies that have a higher, sort of a higher obligation to be available to the public. And I still represent a lot of people in Maine that remote participation isn't really possible for them. And so I like to keep a public body that is adopting policies that are going to affect their people. I like to keep them very accountable. And we crafted this language originally trying to make sure that they were doing so in a public sphere. And, I think school board members and if they're on subcommittees, deciding education material or whatever it is. I mean, I want the baseline to be that they need to be there in person. And so I understand E, but I will and think that the section 2 of the bill is good. I just can't support section 1. And I think so after we caucus, I might come up with some amendment. And I think just 5 minutes for a caucus works for us, probably.
Okay, thank you. And so it's 12:27. Let's caucus until 12:35 because that math is a lot easier to do. And just remember to deactivate audio and video, please. And Dems will also caucus.
Sorry about that, folks. I think Senator Carney has been wiped from my emails.
That makes me sad, Representative.
I think it's.
I will, yeah. We'll communicate.
Yeah, I need one more at some point for so I can because old ones work, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right back.
Okay. Committee members, if you are back at your desks, please activate your video. And it looks like we are ready to get going again. And Representative Babbage, I'm assuming your hand is residual. Is that correct? That's okay. Committee members, so we've returned from our caucuses, and I'd just like to know if the committee is ready for a vote. Okay. Thank you, Supi, for joining us. And,
very welcome.
And so the pending motion is Representative Harnett. The bill sponsor's motion ought to pass as amended.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn votes yes. Senator Keim.
No.
Senator Keim votes no. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Galgay-Reckitt votes yes. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan.
Yes.
Representative Sheehan votes yes. Representative Hagan. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Representative Hagan. Representative Hagan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 7 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members in the negative, and 4 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you. Senator Keim, could you let us know what your report is?
I could, but maybe I would rather have Representative Babbage go first.
Okay. Representative Babbage, go first. At Senator Keim's request, please.
I was going to say the exact thing that she just did. I'm willing to. Well, my report would be OTPA to pass as amended. I would strike section 1, the repeal. The reason being that I feel that the only thing that section B does is set an expectation and then lists things that may be included. There's no restriction that it must be included or must be the sole reasons for that. So section B would remain. And then section 2, I would adopt. I don't know if notwithstanding is necessary to put in before that. I was hoping Senator Khan might go first to see if I could go on with her, but things that I am considering here would be that if there is an emergency or urgent situation that requires a body to meet only by remote methods, that if a public body, the policy would last for a year until reauthorization. I was going to specify that subcommittees of elected bodies and appointed committees may adopt the policy to meet solely by remote means with public access. And I was going to adopt Peggy's section 3 wording as well.
Thank you.
Can I ask some clarifying questions? Because yes, I would like to go on an amendment with you, Representative Babbage, and I don't like section 3, even though I do appreciate that Peggy's wording is better. I'll just put that out there. But I would go along with it if you wanted to, just to be on the same report with you. But I wonder if we shouldn't just accept section 2 as it is. And that just because I don't know about the year, I think that I haven't given any thought to timeliness, although I see it as a concern, but I've not given any thought to it. So I hate to suggest it as an amendment without having thought it through what that implication would be. So I would be fine with section 2 as it is written, but I didn't quite understand what you were saying there.
I appreciate your request for simplicity. I would ask Peggy if section 2 is adopted, I mean, I hate to be what's the call? What do they say? It's a admission against interest, because I want to corral unnecessary remote meetings. But if there is an emergency or urgent situation, perhaps maybe Representative Harnett and Senator Sanborn talked about the flexibility of defining emergency. But do we provide an opportunity for these island communities to have non-going remote presence with this wording? Does that allow that to happen?
So I don't, if that question is to me, I don't think Section 2 addresses that at all. The only thing it's really focusing on is whether or not the public body has to provide an in-person place for members of the public to attend when the public body itself is completely remote because of an emergency. So if you're talking about whether it's appropriate for a completely remote meeting, that's not what paragraph E addresses at all.
Okay.
That would be something that would be in their policy.
That helps me a great deal.
Okay.
And I am in agreement with Section E as written in that regard.
So that would be Section 2 of the bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So to clarify, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Our amendment would be Section 2 as it is written in the bill, and then Section 3 with Peggy's language. Is that, Representative Babbage, is that correct?
I just did. I don't know. Did Representative Babbage, did you respond to Senator Crimes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that to me?
Yeah, sorry.
I apologize. Yes, yes, Senator Crimes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the report for Senator Keim and Representative Babbage. And then Representative Thorne, could you please let us know your report as well?
Yes, mine would be ditto.
Okay, thank you all. Peggy, do you have any questions about that?
No, that's very simple. I appreciate that. And that means there's an ought to pass as amended report and an ought to pass as amended report recognizing that 4 people are absent, correct?
Yeah. Yes, and so the report would be thus far 7 for ought to pass A, 3 for ought to pass B, and 4 members have 2 business days to vote. All right, and with that, we'll close the work session on LD 1772. And at this point, it is appropriate to take a lunch break. And I would ask committee members as well as the committee staff if we break until 1:30. Is that acceptable to everyone? Gives us a little bit more than a half an hour. Seeing lots of nodding heads.
Thank you for asking.
The next agenda item is?
Well, we're unsure. We're still trying to determine whether we have language that resolves some issues on 1946. We've got 2 left, 1946 and 1529, and we just need to check the status of 1946.
Can I, just so I can be prepared, Madam Chair, 1946, I think we were sent out language. So is that not, we're not using that language? I didn't know it was a question.
Yeah, I did it. I think it might be. Representative Harnett, do you have clarification on that? We're not able to hear you.
Sorry about that. Clarification is not the word that comes to my mind. I confess, well, I would recommend that we table 1946. We've received a slew of new language from some of the stakeholders, but also language from the stakeholders that feel they have not been able to participate in the way they would have that would have been the most constructive for them, and I need to make that happen. That's on me. So if we could do that before we break, so people know that that's going to occur.
Okay.
I would make a motion to table LD 1946.
And seconded by Representative Moriarty.
Would we have to open it first?
That is a good point. Thank you very much, Representative Thorne. We will open our work session on LD 1946, an act to ensure constitutionally adequate contact with counsel. And I would like to recognize Senator Keim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to table LD 1946.
Thank you so much. And Representative Moriarty? Seconded. Any discussion, committee member? Oh, it's not a debatable motion. So we will move on to the vote, and let's try to do this by a show of hands. And if it's not unanimous, we'll take a roll call. So Senator Sanborn, are you? All right. And you all set, Soupy?
That is fine because I have 5 absent, so that makes 14. So
perfect. And so with that,
I'm just sorry.
1946 is tabled, and we'll close the work session. Did you, Senator Keim, did you wish to speak?
Just question then, does that mean the only thing left for working is 1529?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, committee members, see you at 1:30.
Okay, good.
Enjoy lunch, folks.
Good afternoon, Steve.
Oh, hello, Tom. Why does it feel like 5:30 already?
Like 5:30 tomorrow morning?
Wow.
This is a special committee we're on.
Well, I guess Lois's other committee is going all day. I don't know how she does it.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Senator Keim wanted me to pass along that she would not be in attendance for 1529 this afternoon.
Thanks for letting us know.
Thanks, Jim.
And welcome back from lunch.
Excuse me, I'll mute.
And committee members, if you have returned to your desk, if you could just activate your video so that we can get started with our afternoon work. Thank you all. Welcome back from our lunchtime recess, everyone. We are going to take up our last work session of the day. That is LD 1529. It's a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Maine to create a right to privacy. I am going to see if the bill sponsor is here so that she is. We can invite her to join the panel. But Soupy, I lost my magical powers when I was eating my grilled cheese sandwich, which you would think that would give you more magical powers, but it didn't. Could you please bring Representative O'Neill over? Thank you. Hi, Representative O'Neill.
Hi, good to see everybody.
It's good to see you as well. And so I think, Peggy, do you want to catch us up to where we were, or would you like me to do that?
I'm not sure where exactly we were. I know that you had some questions, and I know that Judy Meyer representing, I'm not sure if she was representing the Maine Press Association or the Maine Freedom of Information Coalition, but she had raised some questions for you. I know that she is unavailable this week and she apologized that she wouldn't be here, but I'm not sure where else you are, and I don't think I have magic words for you. So take it away. Thank you.
Let's hear from Representative Evangelos. The representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm concerned that a couple of the people in the attendee room, and now just one, may not have heard of our message regarding Tom's bill.
Oh, okay. Thank you for
Mr. Andrus is in the attendees.
I think that's kind of an artifact. I have had a conversation with him on the phone.
Yeah, I spoke with Justin as well.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Okay, and so we had at least one previous work session on LD 1529, and then we came up with a list of committee questions, pieces of information that we felt that we needed to have in order to move forward to a vote on this legislation. And I have the list of questions, but I did not research them. And I'm wondering, Representative O'Neill, I don't mean to put you on the spot because I don't think we asked you to research them, But did you look into those questions, or do you have any additional information that you wanted to present to us?
I am not aware of a compiled list of questions. No one provided it to me. What happened at the last work session was I arranged for two world experts to be here to answer questions. And one did not have the chance to come up and answer questions. So I fielded them to the best of my ability. The expert gave me feedback that that what I replied was legally accurate. So I think that's what I have. I didn't invite him back just because I didn't want to waste his time again today, just in case he wouldn't get called up. So
thank you for that update. And I thought you did a really great job answering our questions at the last work session. And so at this point, I guess what I'd like to do is to open the floor, as it were, up to committee discussion of the legislation, including if there are any additional questions that we'd like to ask the bill sponsor. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we lurch out of the gate, I just need to verify, are we still looking at the original bill as printed, or is there anything else before us?
We are looking at the amendment that the sponsor presented to us actually at the public hearing. And let's ask Peggy to screen share that, if you could, Peggy, please, because it is different in a way that actually addresses, I believe, the concern from Judy Meyer, although I'm not 100% sure.
Oh dear. I'm about to show it to you until as soon as my program is happy. There we go. Okay. So this was in Representative O'Neill's testimony for the public hearing, and I did copy it and send it around in January as well when we were doing the work session on this. Just shrink it a tiny bit to get everything in there. So there is some struck out or not included in the amendment. So I believe section 1 is the same as the original bill. And section 2, I believe there is a little bit of language not included, but it still is. So 1 and 2 are amending existing constitutional sections. Article 1, section 1, just adding in privacy as the enumerated in natural, inherent, and unalienable rights. Section 5 already exists, unreasonable searches prohibited, and this extends it to electronic data and electronic communications. I guess that's necessary because those aren't papers. You could argue that that was the intention in 1820 to cover electronic data and electronic communications if they had existed then. And then the new section is, it's listed as 25, but you've already have a 25. So if you go forward with this, you'll have to number it 26. So it creates a new right to privacy, or a newly enumerated right to privacy, an inherent right to privacy that is free from intrusion, including privacy of a natural person's personal life, personal communications, private affairs, and personal thoughts or inner life. So that's the language I believe you're looking at. And Representative O'Neill would correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong.
Representative O'Neill, is this the final version of the language?
it is the final version of the language. Just to refresh your memory on it, I've been working with, I started out working with, blanking on his name, Representative Fecto, not Ryan, but Justin.
Justin, yep.
Yes, because we both submitted similar proposals and then decided to combine our efforts. And since he moved on from the legislature, I began partnering with another co-sponsor Representative Buckingham. So this was the language that we had agreed on last year. And I think if you were to move forward with it, I just wanted to update you that he had a question about section 25 and would want to offer something at language review, but just wasn't able to offer that today. So it wasn't, I can't speak to him, but I can speak to the process around the language and the stakeholders and stuff like that. But his tweak would be a small one to section 25.
Do you know what he would propose?
I am not able to speak on his behalf, but I think what I can share is that I've run that this language came out of taking 4 or 5 privacy law classes. So I began working on it with 2 privacy law professors and privacy practitioners, lawyers that do it in the real world. And in my process, I have met with Brian Scott from State Police a number of times. I also checked in with Chris Parr before the last work session, just to confirm that their position was still the same, that they had no position either way to offer. Brian Scott wasn't able to be here because I think he's in some kind of FBI training or something like that. And I've also met with defense attorneys, a former judge, but I'm trying to think of other folks. I tried to look at it from a bunch of different angles. A First Amendment advocate. That's all I can remember right now, but it's been a couple of years of going through stuff with folks. So.
Okay, thank you. And you can't give us any idea of what Representative Buckingham's change would be?
I wish I could, but I can't speak for him or what he would want to change to it. No, I can't.
Okay, thank you.
But I would know it. I just want to say that I'd be open to considering whatever he has. I just am not able to consider it at this point. So I said I would present the stakeholder process and the language that we agreed on last year.
Okay, thank you. Senator Sandborn?
So I have some broader concerns, but I just wanted to say right out of the gate that I would not be comfortable with taking any vote where the words would then change at language review, because we're talking about a constitutional amendment and it's the words that matter. It's they're not changeable by a majority vote of the legislature once they're put into the Constitution. So we have to tread extremely carefully here, and language review is a completely inappropriate place for any words, even a comma, to be changed in our Constitution. Thanks.
I was also uncomfortable with it, but here is the best I can do. So I'm just telling you what the situation is, and the language that's in front of you has been vetted. So.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative O'Neill, thank you for being here today and presenting this to you. And at the risk of sounding like I'm trying to oversimplify it, is there an example of what the current law allows allows, and what this bill, how it would change that? Is there an example that you could give, a synopsis of currently, if this scenario happened, this could happen, and what this bill would do is it would make it so that this would happen?
Thanks for the question. So I think I'll give, if you would permit me to, a little bit of context, which is when we look at privacy intrusions by government, the right that we're protecting is related to advances in technology. And if we look back at different times in history, it's ranged from the emergence of the instant photograph to wiretapping to everybody having a smartphone and wanting to get a warrant for your location information or access that location information. So the privacy risks that we face today are just more complex than they ever were before. One of the folks that I brought last time, the purpose of bringing her in was to talk about how a big part of today's economy is based on the collection, use, and sharing of data. That's the impetus. And the business model is to figure out how to collect more data, how to make, a new Apple Watch or an Alexa or, something that can collect your data in a new way. So because this is happening at lightning speed, new intrusions, there are more opportunities and potentials for misuse related to emerging technology. We're always going to be playing catch up as a legislature to put specific things in statute to say, you need to get a warrant to access someone's cell phone location information, which, by the way, as you know, Maine does have in law and did do before the Supreme Court. But a constitutional amendment acts as a backstop. So let's say we didn't have that in law. If we didn't have that protection that said law enforcement would have to get a warrant to access your cell phone location information. Okay, so the backstop in that case would be the Fourth Amendment. And there were a number of cases that resolved that issue differently and eventually went up to the Supreme Court. That case was called Carpenter, and it wasn't decided until 2018 that a warrant had to be obtained before accessing cell phone location information. So that's one example. Another example might be getting a warrant for, facial recognition cameras that are posted on street corners and collecting information. You just can't say where technology is going to go and where the new intrusions may be. And that's exactly why it's so important to have this as a backstop, because statute is the place where you want to put those specific protections as they emerge. And then this is it's going to be a backstop to catch and protect folks. And that's why I added that language around electronic data and electronic communications. And it draws on Michigan, and I think if I'm remembering right, Missouri did it as well. So, and it something that comes from is a concept that is called the third party doctrine, which is old and predates a lot of phones and stuff like that. And what that doctrine says is that if you share information with somebody, you no longer have reasonable expectation of privacy. So if you are banking with a bank and they get some information, you don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy that requires a warrant anymore. Or if your call log information, if you're making calls with your old landline, that information was able to be gotten without a warrant because there was no reasonable expectation of privacy. And that concept is called the third party doctrine. And it's something that has ballooned in the digital age because now everything we store is in the hands of a third party. And we don't really have a choice about it. Things that used to live in your desk drawer live on your phone right now. They live on the cloud. It used to be in your filing cabinet. So the Supreme Court is headed in that direction. And my goal with this amendment was to make it more clear that electronic data and communications require a warrant using that same Fourth Amendment lens that we have been using. Representative Moriarty asked me some great hypotheticals about whether a public Facebook wall, if police would need a warrant to look at that. And the analogy to traditional Fourth Amendment jurisprudence would be if a police officer is standing on the street, in a public space, looking at a home, and they can see something in plain view, that's something that they can bring in as evidence. But so that's the comparison with the Facebook wall. Like a private message is different than what's on a Facebook wall. So that's what I discussed when I talked with Brian Scott and Chris Parr, as they went through a lot of hypotheticals of what would it look like in this situation or that situation, when we realized that we were on the same page about traditional jurisprudence and how it would come out.
And a follow-up, if I may, Madam Chair?
You may.
Thank you. Is it conceivable that there could be an opt-out clause versus it automatically applies to everybody as a constitutional change that now, in other words, if I'm okay with anybody having my information, I have, kind of that goes back to the adage, those who have nothing to hide, hide nothing. If I don't care, if I, there's nothing out there, and I think I presented this in maybe public hearing or the previous workshop, is that I like the fact that my phone knows what I search for and gives me pop-ups that are relevant to my likes, and opens my opportunities up for different things. So if I lost that ability, perhaps because of this, for me, it would be a detriment to my lifestyle here, the way that I like it. So I just wonder, for those that have this, would it be an all or nothing application? Or could you have an opt-out where you say, you know what, I want the police to know where my phone is, because if I get in a jam and I get in trouble, I don't want them to have to wait and go get a warrant and bring it in and prove it and then have somebody look at it and approve it. I want them to know as fast as they can where I am. So I'm just wondering, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, and not all of them are good. And my question is it possible that this has an opt-out ability, or it would just automatically apply to everybody if passed?
So I don't have the, just to go with your example about your cell phone location, I don't have that statute in front of me, but going off of memory, because I have mapped it out in the past, it allows for, it has some exceptions to the law, exigencies. I think what you described might fall under an exigency if somebody was in severe risk of dying or something like that. So I think that is already contemplated in the law and in Fourth Amendment jurisprudence, which is the backstop that we're discussing now. And then you also raised some points around what was like a private individual's relationship with private entities, which aren't covered by this law, because this law is really about government action. So that is good to talk about and be clear that that privacy regulations would deal with private companies. That's like the other bill that I brought to you, and I'm talking about private companies and what they do and getting permission and things like that. That's where you could decide whether you have a choice or something like that. This is really about when government can access your private information and what kind of steps what kind of guardrails are in place.
Okay, but in the summary, it does say free from governmental and private intrusion. So
that's right. Yeah, I can speak to that. So the amendment that I've offered you has removed that based on feedback that I've gotten from the press and other folks. I was more contemplating big tech kinds of things, but I understood that it was a law student dream. So I've removed that since.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Come on, folks. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Representative O'Neill. I wanted to talk about your amendment specifically, adding privacy to the natural rights section, adding electronic data and electronic communications. I understand those, although adding privacy to natural rights, I'm not sure I'm understanding of the real ramifications of that, except making privacy a higher standard in the courts. But I'm asking about the third section, the new Article 25 subsection 25 to Article 1. in which you talk about free from intrusion. I know New Hampshire uses the word intrusion, Arizona uses private affairs, but right now that section worries me because I'm not in those specific phrases that are used. I'm unsure of the ramifications. If article subsection 25 were stricken, what would be the impact of the proposal?
So my reason for that, and I'll go back to just the current legal framework of privacy protections. We already have a right to privacy. It's just not explicitly protected in the US Constitution or in the main Constitution. So that's my goal here. Is it's been established by the Supreme Court in a piecemeal manner. So the benefit of writing it down in one place is we connect with this piecemeal jurisprudence that's taken place and say this is a really important value and important to the founding of our country, and also protecting personal autonomy, democracy going forward. Yeah, I think if I'm looking at my notes, the stuff I've gone over, it's that statute is for specific things when we've identified something, and this acts as a backstop. And privacy intrusions have always arisen in response to emerging technology when it comes to these kind of government intrusions.
But even there, if I may, Madam Chair, even there, are we? I mean, I'm concerned about corporate intrusion. Representative Thorne, I thought, brought up a good discussion, but I want to opt in to corporate intrusion, rather, and if that doesn't happen, I don't want it to happen. Does this address that at all?
Typically, constitutional amendments are about government actors. There's a little more wiggle room for a state constitution. I have amended this language to take that out. Something that I did do research on is I looked up to see how the natural rights section had been used in the past. And sometimes people have made claims. I said clams, but because I looked up different cases to see where it was raised. And there were just some examples. It was a couple months ago when I did this research, but one thing was about, it was something about shellfish harvesters or something like that in mudflats. And they used this to underscore their claim, but it was not the main source of their claim. It just kind of was used to strengthen it. So with respect to private actors, do I think it will be the sole basis of a claim? That's up to main courts, but I looked at the history of how courts have done it in the past, and it was more that there was some kind of statutory or other claim that they could bring, and then they put this in with it. So that's the closest you would get to private actors, but I also am working on statutory protections for those two. So
I have one more, Madam Chair, but I'll defer if you prefer.
No, go ahead.
Representative O'Neill, some of the other states went on to say that invasions of privacy are prohibited except when there is a compelling state interest. Did that not need to be explicit, or are you satisfied with what you have there?
I think I trust the courts to establish a test, and very often in Maine, and this was the feedback I got from professors and advocates and others, our courts tend to look at what the Supreme Court has done in building, the law court tends to look at that in building its tests for constitutional pieces. So I didn't feel the need to write a test into the Constitution, but I am open to discussing it if that's something
just
you're
wanted to
interested
hear your
in.
thoughts
But
on
I
it.
want to keep it
Thank you.
simple.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Representative Thorne, is your hand up anew or residual? Okay, I just didn't want to skip over you if your hand had been up. Senator Sanborn, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I share some of the unease with Section 25 that Representative Babbage just mentioned, and am loath to wordsmith it in the last day of our session or our committee work before the deadline. But I also have concerns about Section 5 because communications and some forms of data are inherently not items that have an and I think that the phrase electronic data and electronic communications is overbroad. And certainly the courts could interpret it back down in a piecemeal fashion, as you described. I mean, I think all constitutional law is developed in a piecemeal fashion because you have to look at the words that were put in the Constitution and then you have to figure out what they mean in practice. But I am concerned that both of these two provisions, I don't have a huge problem with natural rights, except for that I'm not going to vote for that until sexual equality is also protected as a natural right or as part of our state constitution. But with regard to Section 5 and 6 or 5 and 25, have some real concerns about the language, and particularly electronic data, electronic communications just seems to me overbroad because of the third party doctrine and frankly because of the second party aspect of communications as well. And I think courts are quite good at interpreting the language, the broad language of constitutional principles to keep it up to date with changing technology. It's how it's always been done. That's why we have a doctrine around wiretapping. That's why we have a doctrine now around needing warrants for certain things, even in the absence of a state law that are new technology. So I don't believe that this helps. I think it confuses the privacy doctrines that have been developed by our courts. And I am uncomfortable with the breadth of the language in Section 5. Thanks.
Representative Harnett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again, Representative O'Neill. And building, and hopefully not just repeating, but building on the questions and comments of Representative Babbage and Senator Sanborn, because I too share concerns about Section 5 and Section 25. And I'm wondering, in your mind, what do you lose by if you simply have privacy in the natural rights section? What is your concern about having it there and allowing it to be interpreted as pre-existing constitutional rights have been interpreted by the courts to modify to the time that we're in?
What do we lose? I mean, I think any of these pieces would be an important advancement. To be frank, these invasions of privacy don't affect you or me. They don't affect any of us. I'm safe. I don't have to worry about police looking at my cell phone data location. It's the most vulnerable members of our communities. And what I am worried about not moving forward is it has to do with rights to protest, who is more vulnerable to policing. You can think of all the situations where these might come up, and And I would welcome any questions about data and communications, because I think it might help see through hypotheticals how it would play out and how it matches current doctrine. But I think if something is a private message, for example, as was brought up, when you send it to another person, that other person is in possession of it. You know, if somebody says they're going to kill me in a message, I'm able to take that and go to the police with it. The question here is whether police can get a warrant for that when somebody hasn't approached them about it.
Thank you.
Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may address a previous conversation we were having about Representative Fockingham, I have it on good authority that he wouldn't vote for it as it stands. He feels it needs work, and that he has not come up with an agreement with Representative O'Neill as of yet, and that he feels that it needs more work on the Fourth Amendment side of things in search and seizures. And he also didn't feel comfortable with the bill as it applies to privacy within the women's reproductive rights arena. And I just
May I
wanted to
respond to, or is it a question or?
No, I was merely passing along a question that was asked about how Representative Fockingham feels, and I had it on good authority that those were his issues with the bill.
Yeah, we're kind of doing a blended like question and committee discussion here, and I think it's not fair to the bill sponsor to be blending those things. And so I would just ask if anybody has additional questions for the bill sponsor. And Representative O'Neill, you are welcome to stay on the panel. But I just want this process to be a good process for you as well. And so let's finish up with questions for Representative O'Neill, and then we can dive into discussion. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Representative O'Neill. Representative O'Neill, you know that it isn't just the fear of some hypothetical things that may be occurring in the privacy realm. We have evidence that the Fusion Center was spying on anti-war groups, was spying on the Seeds of Peace, spying on groups of peaceful demonstrators in the anti-war movement. These aren't just suspicions, they're confirmed, and evidence was heard a year and a half ago when we held the joint hearing between judiciary and criminal justice. So you're aware that there's more than just hypotheticals. I'm sure you're aware that we've got a real serious problem here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Moyer, did you have more questions for the bill sponsor? We're not able to hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, my fault.
Thank you.
A question for you, Madam Chair. Do we have other people who are speaking this afternoon?
We do not.
We do not. Okay. Then I guess I don't have a question for Representative O'Neill, just committee discussion. Thanks.
Okay. And Representative Evangelos, did you have a question for Representative O'Neill or committee discussion?
I have a question for the representative. Okay. I just wanted to know if Representative O'Neill feels it would be helpful for us to table this and give her a little time to confer with Representative Fockingham, because under the current discussion, we're not going to get where we need to get anyways. I would support rendering that courtesy, but I wanted to know if she wanted it extended to her by the committee.
Thank you for the question. I think if folks wanted to table it, something I would want to know is it would really help me to have a clear sense of what it was that was problematic or that folks needed answers on. So I think it would help me inform my conversations and what kind of information folks need to make the decision.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty?
Madam Chair, Representative O'Neill, it's not so much that I have questions, but want to go back to a point raised earlier by Senator Sanborn. I'm really uncomfortable in voting on proposed constitutional amendment language, which, as you acknowledged, is not really complete yet. And you intend to revise it in language review. And the second point is, if the co-sponsor is not on the same page, then I just don't think we're poised to go forward today. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I would, well, I'll move to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table by Representative Moriarty, and is there a second? This is a non-debatable motion. And Supi, could you please join us for the vote?
I am happy to, and I missed the second. I apologize.
It was Representative Evangelos. It's a motion to table.
And you want a roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we have a brief corner caucus before the vote? I'm sorry, my dog barked. Could we have a brief?
A brief corner caucus? Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Didn't sound like the dog wanted a caucus, Madam Chair.
She doesn't. She wants me to be done for the day.
I heard it loud and clear.
Okay, we'll be back as soon as we're able to.
Okay.
Representative Babbage, I'm going to email you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Committee members, if you are at your desks, if you could activate your video. Thank you, everybody. Okay, and so is this, I'm just going to look and make sure we're all back.
Oh, no.
We're waiting for Representative Evangelist.
Sorry, I got into a discussion with myself.
And we've been joined by Representative Hagan. And I just want to give Representative Evangelist a minute to come back on. But in the meantime, Representative Hagan, AKA James Thorne.
Yeah.
Let's see, could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah,
And also, can you change your label?
I couldn't find the Zoom thing. I've been listening on YouTube trying to find the Zoom address. I just couldn't find it. So Jim sent it. I'll change my name to Dave Hagan. I am David Hagan. I represent House District 101, Hamden and Newburgh, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And it looks like, I'm just going to check once again. Yep, all of the committee members in attendance have their cameras on. So we are taking a vote on Representative Moriarty's tabling motion, which was, and he has lost internet connectivity. And Representative Babbage, I see that your hand is up, but this is a non-debatable motion.
My sakes.
Thank you. Yes. Go ahead, Supi, with the vote.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney. Senator Carney.
No.
Senator Carney votes no. Senator Sanborn.
No.
Senator Sanborn votes no. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
No.
Representative Harnett votes no. Representative Babbage.
No.
Representative Babbage votes no. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
Yes.
Representative Hagan votes yes. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Yay.
Representative Thorne votes yes. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Galgay-Reckitt is absent. Representative Moriarty. Representative Moriarty is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 4 members voting in the negative, and 7 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much, Clerk Panett. And so the tabling motion has failed. And so now we will move on. Is there any more committee discussion or a motion? Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. We are at the tail end of things, although I have long supported the expressed right of privacy being in our Constitution rather than the piecemeal way that the courts have had to deal with it. So I move that in the amendment that is before us, Section 5 and Article 1, Section 5, Article 1, Section 25 be stricken, and what remains being Section 1 with the words "of privacy" being inserted into the natural rights section of the main Constitution.
Thank you, Representative. Is there a second? Representative Harnett? Seconded. And committee members, is there any discussion? Representative Evangelos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know how hard the sponsor works on these issues, and you know, her work's important to all of us. I just give him the motion on the floor. I just wanted to hear if she's okay with it, or sometimes in this business, you settle for the best you're going to get. But anyways, I just wanted to hear from her before I vote.
Okay. Representative O'Neill, did you wish to respond?
Thank you. I think it's not the best thing I would want, but I think it would add something for protections for minors. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Babbage, your hand is residual, right? Okay. Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I don't always get the mechanics down of everything. And I'll be honest with you, based on our discussion before we went to corner caucus, I was prepared for an ought not to pass at this moment. And I don't know what this means if we vote this out as is with the amendment as suggested, without consent of co-sponsors. Obviously, there was a lot of work that was left to be done on the bill. Perhaps, if possible, you could explain that to me as a member of the committee in layman's terms, what this motion means going forward.
Yeah, it just simply, and I do want to catch Representative Moriarty up on where we are. Thank you. Is your internet back? Obviously.
It is back.
Okay. Just a quick update for Representative Moriarty. So Representative Babbage made an ought to pass as amended motion, with the amendment being just the natural rights section of the legislation proposed by the bill sponsor. So just Section 1, natural rights, adding the words "of privacy." That was Representative Babbage's motion. It was seconded by Representative Harnett, and we're discussing that motion.
Okay, good. Thanks. I see where you are.
And we have an offer from our analyst to share that. Would committee members like to have that section screen shared? I'm not seeing a groundswell of support for that, but please ask if you would like to have it shared. And so Representative Thorne, what that would mean is that just the first section of the bill would be the report of whoever votes for the pending motion. And then, as far as I think you mentioned, without the consent of a co-sponsor, and that is not something that's required in the legislative process.
In other words, just early bird gets the worm on the amendment and vote. And if you're not here, tough noogies. We move on as is.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all, actually. I think that people sponsor or co-sponsor bills, and committees work on bills and may amend them, and there's not any process of going back to seek consent. There's no process, there's no requirement that happen. I've even voted against. I mean, I think, as you saw early this year, I voted against a bill that I was the primary sponsor on, and that's just the process.
I hear so much about extending courtesies and things like that with sponsors, and evidently it doesn't apply to co-sponsors, and I'm just learning that. So that was just a lesson I learned today. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let the committee know that I will be voting against the motion. And the reason for my vote is that I, in considering the Equal Rights Amendment this year and in the past, have grown increasingly frustrated with the fact that over the last 99 years, we have not come to a place where we recognize the importance of having gender equality, sexual equality in our Constitution. And as it looks like the ERA is going down to defeat again this year, I do not plan to support any constitutional amendments until women are acknowledged as equal members of our society in our Constitution. It's the most fundamental of constitutional rights. Until it's protected in our Constitution, I don't want to add anything else. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've been exceedingly late to this particular bill, I just want to make sure that I understand. Of the mindset that the motion is ought to pass on this bill 1529 as amended by Representative Moriarty or Babbage. Is that
Babbage?
Babbage. So is that accurate?
I'm sorry, I spaced out. Can you please repeat that?
So I just want to make sure I understood. Where the motion is ought to pass as amended.
Ought to pass as amended, the amendment being just the amendment to section 1.
Okay, thank you.
That first paragraph. Representative Babbage?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, perhaps I'm wrong, but my understanding that Representative Falkingham co-sponsored a bill on privacy, but it was expressed to us that he had concerns about Section 25, and I shared that concern. I haven't discussed anything with Representative Falkingham, but I think we looked at Section 25 and was unsure of the ramifications, and therefore my motion was to simplify a path forward in which those of us who agree in the right to privacy and the court's ability to hold that at a high standard get an opportunity to do so by having it expressed in Article 1. So I saw it as a simplifying rather than a complicating motion, but I just wanted to express that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Committee members, any other discussion? I am not seeing any. In Representative Babbage, I'm going to miss the opportunity to say this when we're done with our committee work. Thank you. So is the committee ready for the vote? It appears that we are ready for the vote, and our clerk has appeared to take call the roll. Go ahead, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Carney.
Yes.
Senator Carney votes yes. Senator Sanborn.
No.
Senator Sanborn votes no. Senator Keim. Representative Harnett.
Yes.
Representative Harnett votes yes. Representative Babbage.
Yes.
Representative Babbage votes yes. Representative Galgay-Reckitt. Representative Moriarty.
Yes.
Representative Moriarty votes yes. Representative Sheehan. Representative Hagan.
No.
Representative Hagan votes no. Representative Poirier. Representative Libby. Representative Thorne.
Nay.
Representative Thorne votes no. Representative Evangelos.
Yes.
Representative Evangelos votes yes. Representative Newell. I'll recall the absentees. Senator Keim. Senator Keim is absent. Representative Galgay-Reckett. Representative Galgay-Reckett is absent. Representative Sheehan. Representative Sheehan is absent. Representative Poirier. Representative Poirier is absent. Representative Libby. Representative Libby is absent. Representative Newell. Representative Newell is absent. Madam Chair, I have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members in the negative, and 6 members are absent. That is the vote of the committee.
Thank you very much. For those who voted against the pending motion, could you please let us know what your report is?
Ought not to pass.
Mine is as well.
Okay, thank you all. And so at this point, there with 5 in favor and 3 against, and 6 absent, the ought to pass as amended motion seems to be in the lead, but we don't know what the outcome will be. Committee members do have 48 hours to vote on the pending motion. And so we can give everybody an update in a couple of days. And Supi, did you need anything else from us on this bill?
I did not, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And then if we'll check in with our analyst. Peggy, did you need any additional information for us on this bill? Oh, we weren't able to hear you, Peggy.
Clicked the wrong thing. I do not. Thank you very much, though.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will express thanks to the bill sponsor. And I don't know if committee member, I think that we are done our committee work for today. And so is there a motion to adjourn, Representative Thorne?
I just had a question about next week's schedule, if that was out yet.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So I think his question is it out yet? And it is not out yet because we just about 2 minutes ago got permission to meet on the bills that we just got on Wednesday, just referred to us. So my understanding is what you'll be doing is meeting Tuesday morning starting at 9 to talk about the budget, the supplemental budget, as well as any recommendations with regard to the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. Tuesday afternoon, you'll be working on LD 1626. Wednesday morning, we'll be hearing the 3 new bills. And if you have time, working them, but with a hard stop at around 12, so you can move into your work session at 1 o'clock on LD 585. So those 2 tribal sovereignty bills and the gaming bill, Tuesday and Wednesday afternoons. I think the intention is to try not to work on Friday. But if we don't get everything done that we need to get done, then we have to get authorization from the presiding officers to meet the next week to work on those things.
But Peggy, Monday is free?
Right now. That's up to your chairs to determine if they want to add anything to Monday. But right now I have Monday as blank on the proposed calendar.
Representative Moriarty, you look like you thought you were going to be getting a life.
Silly me.
Yeah.
We're trying to utilize our time really effectively, and so we did. And Peggy and Supi worked really hard to come up with a good schedule for Tuesday and Wednesday, and so and it will be as Peggy outlined it. So everyone have a nice weekend, and we will see you all next week.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
On St. Patty's.
Take care.
Good
all.
schedule. We can take a walk this afternoon.
You can take a walk, and I'll be sending this out too.
Great.
Am I right?
Thank
Next Thursday, St. Patty's Day session?
That's right.
Yes, wear whatever you want to wear.
Cool, maybe I'll have to cook.
Corned beef
that
is on
sounds
sale
good.
everywhere.
Except everything will have to be individually wrapped, right? We can't have food out. Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
I beg.
Bye.
Will you be sending me scheduled stuff?
Yeah.
Because I actually have to put it in Leap first.
Yeah.
Before I can do.
Okay, I'll send that to you.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.